Check, check. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Chairman Sir is here, and we'll be starting in a short while. Thank you.
Hello.
Our full humanity is contingent on our hospitality. We can be complete only when we are giving something away. When we sit at the table and pass the peas to the person next to us, we see that person in a whole new way. These veracious words by the famous restaurateur Alice Walter clearly portray that although the hospitality industry is experiencing a time of uncertainty, the level of generosity is unparalleled. As a community, we can continue the generous efforts of the hospitality industry by raising awareness.
A very good morning, Honorable Chief Guest, respected dignitaries, Principal Sir, distinguished guests, faculty members, and my dear friends. On behalf of IHM Pusa, I, Rakshita Haripushp,
And I, Parth Khildial,
on the occasion of 60 glorious years of IHM Pusa, feel honored to welcome you all to the second International Conference on Hospitality and Tourism Revival Strategies 2022. This conference is centered around the revival of hospitality and tourism industry, which was in an unfavorable situation ever since COVID-19 pandemic hit. This event will also provide a platform for researchers, academicians, and professionals from the industry to promote research acumen and more awareness.
On that note, I would now like to take the opportunity to welcome our eminent guests. I would now request Mr. Kamal Kant Pant, Principal IHM Pusa, to welcome our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Arvind Singh Ji, IAS, Secretary, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, and Chairman of Board of Governors of IHM Pusa.
Dr. Anshu Singh, Senior Faculty, IHM Pusa, to welcome Professor Dr. R.P. Das.
Ms. Meenakshi Sumbli, Head of Department, Food Production and Academic Head, IHM Pusa, to welcome Shri K.B. Kachruji, Chairman and Principal Advisor, South Asia Radisson Group.
Ms. Meenakshi Sumble, to welcome Dr. Shrikant Beldona ji, Professor, University of Delaware.
Ms. Meenakshi Sumbli, to welcome Shri Deepak Ohri ji, CEO, Lebua Hotels and Resorts, Indonesia.
Dr. Anshu Singh, to welcome Ms. Anita Baghel ji, Additional Director General, Market Research Division, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India.
Ms. Meenakshi Sumbli, to welcome Mr. Kamal Kant Pant ji, Principal, IHM Pusa, New Delhi. Thank you so much, everyone.
Shubham karoti kalyanam, arogyam dhan sampada, shatru buddhi vinashaya, deep jyotir namostute, deep jyotir namostute. Light is a symbol of brightness and prosperity. Just like sunlight expels the darkness of night, blessings bring in our life prosperity and happiness. So let's make this event a blessed one by calling upon Goddess Saraswati and seek her blessings by igniting the lamp of knowledge and wisdom. For the same, I now request our Honorable Principal Sir to invite our chief guest, Sri Arvind Singh Ji, and other dignitaries to light the auspicious lamp.
Thank you for a lovely performance, Panchtatwa and Asavri. Now, I would like to welcome Shri Kamal Kant Pantji, Principal IHM Pusa, to present the welcome address for the second International Conference Revival Strategies 2022.
Good morning. Shri Arvind Singh Ji, Honorable Secretary, Tourism, Government of India, and the Honorable Chairman of IHM Pusa Society. We are, IHM Pusa family is indebted to you, sir, for your constant support and guidance in all the endeavors that we are taking currently. Ms. Anita Baghel, the Additional Director General, Market Research, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, for your kind support for making this research-oriented endeavors like this possible. In the West, it is the industry which supports a lot of the research in the academia. You are taking that, assuming that role before the industry comes forward. And Professor Dr. Das, Pro Vice Chancellor, Indira Gandhi National Open University, a university with which we have got a 2-decade long association, and which has been instrumental in getting the academic and the conceptual, framework into the education, which was very much skill-oriented before they stepped into this program. Mr. K.B. Kachru, the Chairman Emeritus and the Principal Advisor for the Radisson Hotel Group. I had the good fortune of serving under Mr. Kachru and his people management and the kind of leadership that he has and thinking out of the box. Those were the qualities, I wanted to emulate them. I don't think, I've been very successful, but the strive is still on to be there, sir. And Professor Dr. Shrikant Beldona, University of Delaware, US. And my stake to fame here is that he happens to be my batchmate And we are receiving him after a little bit of persuasion, and I think IHM Pusa and my sister institution in the country are going to get a shot in the arm with the kind of research acumen that he has in his career, and we are looking forward to a lot of association and guidance from you, Shrikant. Likewise, Mr. Deepak Kohri, who is the CEO of the Libua Hotels, their Chief Happiness Officer. He is on the numerous boards of universities in the United States, and the board which is about the research and applied research in the area of education. He is also a chairman of that particular board and a very outstanding person. He's the founder and the chief executive officer of the Libua Hotels. If having Shrikant Beldona as my batchmate was not enough, I have Deepak Kohri also as a batchmate of mine with my management training program with ITDC. So, and in the audience, esteemed colleagues, from my sister institutions, directors from National Council, Mr. L.K. Ganguly, Mr. Sadhvir Singh, then Dr. A.K. Singh from IHM Bhopal, Dr. Amitabh De from IHM Guwahati. I have got an eminent colleague from Nepal, the principal of Nepal Tourism and Hospitality Institute. We are proud to have you here, Mr. Becha, and we are also proud that you are alumnus of IHM Pusa. Then Ms. Rajneet Kohli, Professor Devesh Nigam from Bundelkhand University, Professor Gupta from Hemati Nandan Bahuguna Garhwal University. We have Mr. Arun K. Singh from the FHRAI, IHM, a number of Professor Sonia Verma, Chef Gill, who is on our Board of Governors, Mr. Vijay Dutt, Honorable Member of the Board of Governors of IHM Pusa, avid researchers, alumni of the institute, other luminaries from the industry, researchers, paper presenters. It's I take the dear students who are starting their journey in the graduate program of IHM Pusa. It is my privilege to get this opportunity to welcome each one of you in this second international conference that IHM Pusa is organizing. And very aptly, the theme this time is Hospitality and Tourism, the Revival Strategies. As you are aware that this is the conference we wanted to organize in the month of January, but unfortunately this Omicron variant started, appearing, and then we had to postpone it. But we are happy that finally we are able to hold this conference together, and I am looking forward to 3 days of very intense deliberations, and I am very hopeful that some takeaways would be there, and we would be coming up to the expectations of the Market Research Division, and something useful would be coming out of. Now, my students did mention that we are celebrating the 60 years of the establishment of this august institution. 60 years, we on the World Tourism Day on the 27th of September 2021, we kick-started the Diamond Jubilee celebrations of this institute, and we launched the logo of the 60 years, and then with a ceremony in which 2 outstanding alums of this institute were present amongst us. And throughout the year, we did a number of programs, more than half a dozen inter-college competitions for the students were organized, and 3 faculty development programs, all of them in the hybrid mode we had to organize. We had 20% of the people attending in person, and rest of them joined online here. And 3 faculty development program in Indian Suites. It was one of a kind, and the documentation is still there, the videos and the for people to get benefited in the days to come. On beverages, there was another one, and there was yet another one on the kebabs, Indian kebabs. Now, other programs that we did throughout the year, we are aware that the next year is going to be the International Year of the Millets, and as a run-up to that, with the Indian Federation of Culinary Associations and an institute which is dedicated to millet research under the Ministry of Agriculture. With these 2 institutions, we organized a 3-day carnival in Delhi Heart, and very successful kind of a program. And there is in research going on in this institute in development of different products out of various millets that are available. And I'm hopeful that next year our contribution would be noteworthy in celebration and in making the millets popular. Now, the conference that we are organizing this time, it has got a very eclectic mix. There are people, there are researchers who are going to present their research findings, but at the same time we are getting the luminaries, from the industry. Like every day we have plenary session, first 2 hours, and then in that we are getting the young achievers from this institution. We are getting industry stalwarts also who are going to present a panel discussion here, and we are having people like founders of the Tree of Life and the president of HVS Eneroc, and the Asia Pacific head of the Wyndham Hotels. They are going to be present here discussing the panel and telling what is going to be the way forward. We know we are in a position, we are in a situation where talent acquisition for the hospitality industry has become one of the greatest challenges, and the young entrepreneurs, they are going to deliberate on what the industry could do, the initiatives which could be taken in order to attract more and more talent to this industry. So this is going to be a packed 3-day conference, and eclectic this thing is there. So mix of practicing manager and the researchers is going to be presented during this conference. So I'm looking forward to very good deliberations over the next 3 years, and it's an honor for me, the friends from the media, the social media team of the Ministry of Tourism, other officials who have come. I see some more friends now. I see the advisor in the National Council initiating the new education policy, and other people in the audience. It's a privilege for me to welcome you once again, and thank you very much for making this event successful. Thank you.
Thank you for such a warm welcome, sir. Our honorable chief guest, Mr. Arvind Singh, is currently serving as the Secretary, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India. Mr. Singh is a 1988 batch IAS officer of Maharashtra cadre. Sir is the chairman of IHM Pusa Board of Governors. He moved to Central Deputation in 2001, and since then he has worked in various ministries, including Commerce and Shipping, and as Private Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture. Mr. Singh served as the Chairman of Airport Authority of India in 2019. He has served at the Embassy of India, Tokyo and Japan as the Minister of Economics and Commerce between 2014 and 17. Prior to his posting in the Airports Authority of India, he has served as Additional Chief Secretary in the Government of Maharashtra. He has also worked as Chairman and Managing Director of Maharashtra State Power Generation Company and the Maharashtra State Electricity Transmission Company.
अब मैं अनुरोध करना चाहूँगी हमारे मुख्य अतिथि श्री अरविंद सिंह जी से कि आप आएं और सभा को संबोधित करें.
Mr. Pant, all the dignitaries on the dais, Mr. Kachru, Mr. Veradona, Professor Das, Mr. Sunil Ori, Anita Bagel, important academicians and members of the governing board of IHM Pusa, Chef Gill, and other people who have come from the ministry, the National Council, the speakers who will be speaking. I thought it would have been an easy job for me if I had been called at the end, because then all the speakers would have spoken and I'd have to just summarize the main points and give the concluding remarks. But coming at the beginning, A, I cannot make it a very long speech, and B, because there are a host of other very important people, I don't want to come between them and the audience which wants to listen to them. But I'm very happy that IHM Pusa is organizing this international conference, and on the very relevant topic, revitalizing of the industry, the revival of the industry. And this is something that we have all been battling for the last 2 years. as you know, the person introducing me mentioned, when I was earlier with the Airport Authority of India, and I saw it very close hand when the first outbreak of COVID happened and everything was shut down. And in the months of April and May 2020, in the country, there was no mode of transport. Railways were shut, roadways were shut, and the only way, and you know, there was hardly any capacity of manufacturing of even PPE kits and or even medical reagents, testing kits. And the only way they could be transported throughout the country was through by air. And you know, the airway system, the cargo operators, the airports all functioned in those 2 months before, you know, air flights were again revived in May 2020. And we had to reach very essential supplies because, you know, the country was not even manufacturing PPE kits, and medical testing kits were not available to Northeast, to Ladakh, to, you know, Andamans and other places. And having seen that, you know, we have now come to a position where so many 200 crore vaccine doses have been given in the country. The, you know, the mortality rate has gone down, and we have you know, recovered. Industry is bouncing back. We are seeing revival of the domestic industry. So in the last 2 years, we have seen, you know, both ends of the spectrum, from extreme lockdown where when everything was shut, to gradual revival when the, you know, various phases of the epidemic happened, the first wave or the second wave. We saw spurts of revival of the economy and the travel and hospitality sector. You know, the ministry undertook a study which was given to the National Council for Applied Economic Research, and that study studied basically the impact of the first wave of the pandemic on the tourism and hospitality sector. And in the first wave in the year 2020, there were definitely very severe impact in terms of revenue losses, in terms of job losses, very high figures. It's all available now in the public domain, so I will not go into the statistics. But in the first quarter or post the pandemic in 2020, very huge losses. And you are aware that many parts of the industry saw you know, shut down, many small and medium enterprises suffered. And there were both closure of companies, loss of employment, and revenue losses. As the waves progressed and, you know, the economy recovered, we saw recovery. And the most encouraging recovery was in the last quarter of the last calendar year, 2021, when the industry saw very robust performance and a bounce back of the travel and hospitality industry. And then the Omicron wave came, and again there was a dip for a while, but again the industry has revived. If you see in this summer, if you talk to any of the operators, the operators are all saying that we don't have places. The travelers are complaining that the prices have gone up. Both airfares and the hotel rates and the room tariffs have gone up. But still we are seeing hotels even in places where there used to be, say in the monsoon months, there used to be capacity available, it's not available. When I was earlier working in Bombay, we used to think of going to Goa in the monsoons because monsoon was the off season for Goa and that hotel tariffs were lower. So, you know, that was a good time to go. But this year I'm told that even during the monsoon season, hotel rooms were not available at reasonable prices in Goa. So there is this revival happening largely on the strength of a very strong domestic market that we have. And there is, people want to travel, and their preferences have changed. Preferences are in terms of traveling to better places, traveling, or, you know, making their bookings online. The digital mode of, you know, use and travel has gone up. Leisure travel, you know, going for long stays, staycations as they say, or even people going to a place in the remote areas and working from there for some time. These are new trends that we have seen, and I'm sure the industry, when it takes stock, will respond to that. On the side of the government, you know, there have been, we did a series of you know, policy measures. The Ministry of Finance went in for relief measures. Recently, you heard about expansion of the relief measures of the credit you know, credit guarantee linked scheme of providing relief to the industry through the banking system. And a large number of MSME, you know, people have taken advantage of that. Regulatory compliance as well, you know, eased. And the whole atmosphere, we all worked with various segments of the industry to try and improve the situation and ease the pain for the industry that was going through a very bad time. I'm sure there is still a lot to do. There are still the wish list that we keep getting from the industry, and there are still matters that we have to take up with ourselves and with different arms of the government. But there have been some interesting changes. For instance, one of the big demands of the hospitality industry was the states give us industry status. This was all we followed up with the state governments. We have seen very good development in two recent states like Rajasthan and Maharashtra. Other states have also followed. And yesterday I read the news that the UP government has also decided to accord industry status. That is, I'm totally basing it on news reports that I saw. And if that happens, that will definitely help the investment climate in Uttar Pradesh, because giving it this status reduces the operating costs of the industry in terms of power tariff, land rates, the water rates, and other rates because they are charged at commercial rates. So I think the worst of the pandemic is behind us, and it is time for us to rethink and reboot our strategies, given the experience that we have gone through in the last 2 years. I mean, there cannot be a worse experience than this, because this was a black swan event. It happens once in a century, and we had the fortune or bad fortune, bad luck to witness it in our lives in this period in the last 2 years. But I don't think such a bad event or such an event with such a large impact is foreseeable in the future, and at least for the next few decades. And definitely, there are a lot of learnings that we have all learned from this. So going forward, I wish the conference all success. Large number of academicians are here, industry practitioners are here. How can they collaborate? How can they come up with new solutions, think of out-of-box solutions for public policy, that we as those who are practicing public policy can take it forward? Because as I was discussing with Mr. Kachru, this is one of the best times for the Indian hospitality industry, because from now on you can only grow. I recently went to CII and I quoted the figures that I was exposed to at the WTTCI summit in Manila. There was a summit done by the World Travel and Trade Council, which is the private sector body of leading hospitality practitioners. And they came up with a study based on the experience that they've seen of the revival of the industry post opening up. US and Europe opened up earlier. India and Japan, we have opened up this year. And their diagnosis is that in the next few years, till 2030, the growth of the travel sector economy will be faster than the growth of the global economy in the next till 2030. Their prediction is that 1 out of 3 jobs created globally will be in the travel and hospitality sector. So, with such a positive and optimistic outlook that the global industry holds for this industry, I'm sure there are very positive outcomes expected in the near future and future also. The Indian travel industry is expected to grow to at least $1 trillion sector by 2047 is the projections when the studies that we are doing for the growth figures for the next 25 years. So I'm sure this conference will come up with strategies to how to accelerate that growth, how to have a better growth in the future, and how to make our tourism more sustainable, more responsible in the future. With these words, I wish the conference all success, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts with you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your indeed very brief yet informative address on the revival strategies implemented by our government. Now, we request our dignitaries to release the compendium of the Second International Conference on Hospitality and Tourism Revival Strategies 2022. Now, we shall proceed towards the keynote speeches of our dignitaries.
First of all, we have Professor Dr. R.P. Das, Pro Vice Chancellor IGNOU, has a teaching career spread over more than 3 decades, starting from XLRI Jamshedpur, Jivaji University Gwalior, and many more reputed universities from 2003 onwards. Professor Das has obtained his PhD in management from Kurukshetra University, Haryana. 4 books are published in his credit. He is a member of editorial boards of several management journals and has published 85 papers in different national and international journals and has participated in 92 national and international conferences held in India and abroad. Now, I would like to request Professor Dr. Das to address the keen audience.
Good morning, everybody. Respected chief guest, Sri Arvind Singh ji, and other dignitaries on the dais, and all the eminent persons, galaxy of experts from the field of hospitality and tourism management, sitting in front of us. It's indeed a privilege for me to join this inauguration session of 3 days international conference on hotel and tourism, hospitality and tourism revival strategy. At the outset, I must congratulate the institute that it is celebrating its 60 years of existence, successful existence, glorious existence, and hosting this second international conference on a topic which is very pertinent, relevant in the present context. Hospitality and tourism industry is one of the largest employer of the people, not only in our country, in the world. It gives 10% of our GDP. This industry gives 10% of our GDP to the nation. And this COVID 2019 has given a solid message to the industry that whenever there is a natural or unnatural crisis, what can happen to every sector in general and this sector in particular. As this industry is a labor-intensive industry, whenever this COVID-19 started, this industry is largely affected, highly affected in comparison to other industry. And it is also, the researchers also say, and the practice also, in the practitioners also feel that the industry was fast affected, and this impact of this COVID-19 and this crisis will last long in comparison to other sector. Even it is predicted that up to 2024, revival will take such a long time that before 2024, nothing much can be expected from this sector. And I must appreciate that the IHM has selected this topic to have a intensive discussion in the presence of scholars, academics, and practitioners from the industry to think of what they have to do, what the industry has to do, so that they can revive and they can continue their business as they used to do it. It's a difficult task, but not impossible. So if it is not impossible, then what strategy they have to adopt so that they can revive and they can bring normalcy to the industry and to the system. as we know that the industry has employed the huge number of manpower, and majority of the manpower are not that much educated as it is seen in other industry. So the challenge before the industry is that how to redeploy those manpower, number one. Number two is that with a solid message, what I personally feel, that even if they redeploy those people after the revival, but the message of this COVID-19 should be that the skill, knowledge, efficiency with which these people were working, whenever the COVID-19 started, majority of almost all of them were unemployed because the industry was totally shut down. So they were unemployed. The majority of them were on the road without job. So now the time has come for the industry, while doing its business, has to think of how to develop those people, how to manage those people, how to prepare those people that while doing their existing activities, they should also prepare themselves, they should develop themselves for the future uncertainties, that any time anything can happen. Nobody was predicting that COVID will come, but COVID came. So we do not know any time, any type, anything can happen like this, so that again those people are going to be affected. So if we look at this crisis and the revival strategy, I feel that since on the road, now if we do not prepare those people for a future, then what will be the fate of those people? So the time has come, because this sector has hardware aspect, the physical aspect, which is there, but the software aspect is the people. The time has come for this industry to think about, if at all we have to think about the revival of this industry, what should be our strategy with respect to the people who are working in this sector, who are depending upon this sector. Because the skill, the knowledge, the training which they have, there is a demand for the change of those skill, knowledge and training. Because now the people who are participant in this sector, the tourists, the visitors, they are now highly conscious about the hygiene, safety and their security. The way the things were going on, now there is a change in the expectations of the people, change in the demand of the people with respect to first thing safety, security, health and hygiene. This industry has to train and retrain their people to meet the changing expectations of the visitors, the tourists. Because one thing we know in this industry, the tourists come for the leisure and pleasure. They come for satisfaction. We have to delight them. And now we have to understand, are the academics and are the practitioners, that what more we have to do in addition to what they used to do, what more we have to do in this regard, so that we can delight our customers, we can delight our tourists, we can delight our visitors. Not satisfy, we have to do more than that. Because in marketing we say that a delighted customer speaks at least to 45 people that why and how he has been made happy by the service providers. So the time has come for this sector that we have to think about it, how we have to delight our customers, delight our tourists, delight our visitors in this sector, and with safety, security and hygiene of theirs. Because if they are delighted, they will recommend others. If they are dissatisfied, they will have a publicity, negative publicity of yours. We have to think about it. And whenever the government of India especially is now working seriously under a skill development, the skill ministry is there. Now we are thinking about skilling and reskilling of our people. Now this sector has to take the advantage of these efforts of the government of India. Under Deen Dayal Upadhyay scheme, we have different programs for the skilling of our people. We have to reskill our people. We have to go for multi-skilling of our people. Because if there is, it is a high time for this sector also, they have to think of a diversification. Diversification within this sector, how they have to diversify. For example, extension of their activity towards the rural tourism. We have to think of how we have to promote rural tourism, because now we have to, we saw that whenever majority of the companies talk about the people can stay at home and work, the industry has to think of, to evolve a mechanism to develop facilities not only in the urban areas but in the rural areas, that whenever people can go there, they can, while instead of working at home, they can go to those places. And we have to see that how they have to reach the destination from the towns to urban areas to rural areas. How they have to travel, their safety, security and hygiene. And we have to train our people. Even besides that, while working in this sector, we have to think of how multi-skilling can take place. If this type of situation occurs, if at all we have to close down the business for some time, how those people can be replaced somewhere? They can get opportunity to work somewhere. These are the things which we have to, the industry has to take the responsibility of the thinking, responsibility to think about their settlement somewhere. They have to earn their lively somewhere by doing something. And what IGNOU is doing in this regard, that IGNOU is developing new certificates, diploma programs. Even the IGNOU has a collaboration with IHM that we are giving certification, and IGNOU means quality. And earlier what was happening in with IHM and what is happening today, that the entire credit which is given to a student, we are giving 50% credit, their responsibility is 50%, our responsibility is 50%. The entire credit is divided like this. So we see that quality, the theoretical input, or which is they look after, the while majority of the responsibility of IHM is to look at the practical aspect of the students, we are looking after the theoretical aspect, that how the theoretical input should be given to students in such a way that they should think about, they should understand about, they should prepare themselves about the human aspect, the theoretical aspect of managing the activities of this sector. And recently, just yesterday, IGNOU has introduced a new course called Facility Management on Bachelor of Facility Management, because facility management is very important. Particularly whenever this type of crisis takes place in any sector, particularly this hospitality and tourism sector, the facility management is important. Starting from entry to exit, a visitor, a tourist expect that whatever is existing, whatever must be existing there should be meeting his expectations and his imaginations. And this is being ensured by the facility providers. Many people are working in the sector without appropriate qualification. Many of the facility managers do not have a proper qualification. And in our country, we do not have any university which is providing facility degrees in facility management. So just yesterday, we launched this program of facility management in the Department of Tourism, School of Tourism and Hospitality Management, where the people, lakhs of people who are working in different this hospitality and tourism sector in the area of facility management, they can, after working some time in this sector, they can have a professional qualification, professional degree, that too from IGNOU, very easily with paying 20,000 rupees for the whole degree. And just we want to we want to provide qualification to the people, we want to give theoretical knowledge to the people, and to have the practical knowledge, we are going to have association with different facility providing organizations who are involved in facility management, so that they can while working, once they acquire this degree certificate, their employability will be further strengthened. And I really once again appreciate IHM for organizing this 3 days international seminar, for having a detailed discussion about the problems which this industry faces and what strategy they have to the industry has to adapt, so that they can be revived and successfully carry out this their activities and business. I wish this program a grand success. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your outlook towards our very own pandemic hit industry.
Next we have Shri K.B. Kachruji, is the Chairman Emeritus and Principal Advisor of Radisson Hotels Group South Asia. Sir has been building the company's hospitality business in most of the Asian and South Asian market since 1991. Before being the chairman, Shri Kachruji served as the Executive Vice President responsible for overall strategy, hotel development, management, and functional support of key markets. He is also the National Board of Sales National Tourism Committee and Vice President of Hotel Association of India. Sir was the first alumnus nominated by government to the Board of Governors to the Institute of Hotel Management, Pusa, New Delhi. In the educational field, Shri Kachruji has spearheaded the formation of Institute for International Management and Technology in collaboration with Oxford Brookes University, United Kingdom. Now, I would like to invite Shri K.B. Kachruji to address our keen audience.
A very good morning to all of you. Thank you, Arvind Singh Ji, to be here today. I think it shows a lot of commitment. And I was mentioning to him the other day, we had a CII's National Tourism Executive meeting, and he took time off from a very important meeting of G20 and excused himself to be with CII. I think there are very few people at that level who really are committed so much. Thank you for being here. Dignitaries here on the dais, and I call all of you gurus, principals of various institutes, but you are the people who are shaping up future generations, and what will be 10 years, 20 years, 30 years from now is this body here. I'm grateful that people from the trade have come and are participating. It's indeed an honor for me to be talking to you. I won't want to call it addressing you, because what I had thought initially that we would have a conversation in which, as our chief guest said, he wanted to listen to you and then sum up and say what can be done together. None of us can do anything alone. It's the team which makes it or breaks it. Personally, again, it's a privilege for me to be here with some of my alma mater. I'm particularly happy that some of my colleagues who have worked with me, as Mr. Pant said, who we have grown together, and we have worked together. It gives me happiness to be here. We have our experts here who are from early batches, Mr. Gill, and some of my other colleagues, Bharat, and I'm really so happy that they took time off to be here today. Thank you all for being here. Some of us are from first batches, so we have a little more experience. I don't want to call ourselves old, but we have spent a little more time and have been directly and indirectly involved a lot with the college. As I was introduced, I was, honored when, being the first student, first alumni of the institute, I was called on the Board of Governors. It was recognition of the fact that government is taking care and trying to see how industry and IHM can collaborate together in future. I may be a little biased. I would seek your understanding. You are from schools from all over India. I would seek your understanding, but you will have to pardon me if I am slightly biased towards IHM Pusa, because I am an alumni of this institute. And on a lighter side, I have something personally to confess to you. I found my wife here, and I think I'm the only student or only alumni who actually started his marriage celebrations in the college itself. In the principal's home, my first engagement was celebrated here. Thank you. IHM Pusa and all the colleges really make us proud. But what this institute has done is what people have acknowledged. I'm sure Kamal would have spoken to you individually and collectively on many occasions that this college has been rated as the best hotel management institute in the country. And I think we actually need to acknowledge and thank Kamal, his entire team, who actually made it happen. I'll be shedding some light on the key topic we have today on revival strategies. I may not be able to do justice because we have so many learned people here who have researched a lot on it, whether from marketing angle or operational angle. I have, Deepak Ori, we are really proud of. He actually has deliberately moved away, additionally after establishing the most famous Labua chain, he moved to academics. And he's spending so much of time now on education. We need more and more people like Deepak, because you have to worry about future generations. I think what is most important for us is today to look at required operational changes. Market dynamics have changed. And I think it's important we acknowledge what has changed and what has not changed. There's a lot of talk on keeping ourselves alive. Our secretary just told us that last 2 quarters have been very encouraging. But having said this, we have to continue to adjust ourselves to the market realities. Many global institutions predict that tourism is going to be third largest economy base in India for our overall Indian economy. So you can understand the potential of providing employment to people. Today, India's real need is to give jobs to our youth. Our youth today is different. It was different our times. It was different few batches later, and what it is today. Today's youth wants to be a job creator. They do not want to just do a 9-to-5 job. They want to see themselves as entrepreneurs. So how are we changing ourselves, and how are we respecting those who are actually doing it? I think that's where I feel we need to have a focus at all the institutes. We have to ensure that this collaborative arrangement in providing and educating them, that they become better and better job providers for us. Secretary said we're anticipating 1 out of 3 jobs would be in tourism. What a better way to start and have an understanding of the opportunities. What really concerned me, and some of you must have read flash news 2 days back, in which it was said that 60% of IHM seats are lying vacant. I don't know how much is the truth. It was just a news flash, and some articles are being written on it. Now, this is actually shocking. It is unheard of, and I think we need to actually address and understand where the problem lies. Our industry cannot always say that we are dependent on the government. I think we all have our individual responsibilities in the private sector. I've been lucky. I have spent some time with the government. I have, colleagues, Vijay from Ashok Group of Hotels here, Vijay Dutt. I spent most of my life before I moved on to private sector. I worked for the government. But I think individually we have to take some responsibility. Each one of us has to take some responsibility to ensure that we do our part. And only then we will ensure that right talent moves to our industry. I'm not shy of admitting the fact that today our industry does not pay very well. I think we have to speak up. Every hotel wants to make money. Sure, bottom line is very important. No business can grow unless bottom line is clear. But there are ways and means of doing this. Some of my colleagues have mentioned a little earlier that we are ignoring or not giving right attention to what is happening in the marketplace, whether it is multitasking, whether it is engaging in digitization. We need to reduce our overhead costs so that they can be plowed back in paying people well and attracting the talent. There are a lot of people, at least last 3 years have shown us, who are moving out of hospitality. They're getting into retail, they're getting into banking, they're getting into IT. Why is it so? Earlier, our industry was considered to be a real glam industry. Everybody wanted to be part of this. We can create the same scenario, but we have to have one collective objective. We need to restructure our own organizations and give a commitment to us individually and collectively. And government obviously has to do some hand-holding. We need policy changes. You'll be glad to know that most of the associations and organizations in the country, whether it is CII, HAI, Faith, FHRAI, IATO, TIE, all of them are working together in sending the right messaging. Messaging is most important. We cannot go all over the place and ask for too many things. If we can consolidate that messaging, which helps us retain good people, this will help to survival, revival, and ultimately it will help to our growth. I don't know how much you agree with me that India's youth is actually looking to be different. They want to be job creators. We have to seriously think from industry point of view. When I'm wearing an industry hat, I feel mentor-mentee programs are very essential if you want to see your students grow. Unless you do that, books are not just good enough. They have to work at a shop floor level. They have to learn the art. We have individuals here who have set up great institutes. They have great networking. Please work very closely with them. I think this is one of the essentials we need to do. And I won't hesitate to recommend to the government also and to our own industrial bodies that there should be KPIs for mentor-mentee programs. Each general manager, how many people has he trained? Are succession plans clear? Gone are those days when we used to say, I want to hold on, I want to stay as long as I can. But I think with changing market dynamics, each one of us must know when to exit which area, move up, move sideways, give opportunities to the youth. Believe me, today's youth can give you better ideas than people in the past. We should not live in the glory of past. We should live today. Globally, everybody acknowledges that India is a great country, great cultural background, lots of talent, but we need to understand how the market has changed. India used to have 10 million visitors coming internationally in the last 2 years. We have been hit badly. It was only Indian domestic traveler who saved our industry. Staycations were born, work from home started. That trending is what we have to capture. I would urge upon all of you to ensure that we stay in touch with what the market trends are. And if we try and continue with what is happening now, or what happened in the past, is not going to stay. There are business challenges. I mean, who had imagined that people would prefer work from home? Commercial offices would get empty. People will prefer hybrid models. Kamal was saying that he did some programs in the past on hybrid model. They're preferring. So we as an industry, what you have to teach your students is they have to be ready for this. You cannot take anything for granted. This is something we have to accept, that a certain segment of our customers are avoiding personal meetings. We cannot say that everything is going to get all right in 3 months or 6 months. We don't know how long it will take. Nobody knows. So the sooner we accept the reality of life, adjust ourselves. There was a time when people thought India's pricing level is at $100. It's quite high. And everybody focused on international tourism because they said they are the only ones who can pay. Last 2.5 years, what has happened? Your domestic traveler is filling up your rooms to the extent of over 90%, and he is paying much more than what an international traveler used to pay. People are actually saying some places, some leisure locations are getting very pricey. We have hotels, I may not personally agree, but we have hotels in isolated locations which charge $800 to $1,200 a night. But we also have to remember what happened to them during this period. Lot of establishments got closed. There was no cash flow. Government has come forward, and I must appreciate Mr. Singh and his team, entire Department of Tourism, in pushing. It's the key nodal agency for us. I mean, ECLGS, there was no cash. There was just no cash in the market. You couldn't sustain. You couldn't actually pay salaries. All good employers try to keep their people as much as they can, but there is a stage when you can't hold it anymore. Government did what it had to do. So now I think it's our turn to really stand on our own and work towards what the trends are. We have to have a forceful marketing. We have Anita ji here. I would urge that we look at positioning India differently, anticipating what would sell and where should we market. I think that has to be ingrained in every student who passes out of this school. My key focus, I'd like to go back. I want all of you to work very closely with the industry, support mentor-mentee programs. I was very fortunate to have great mentors who took off their time to spend with me, to teach me. It helped me. The only thing I learned was, can I pass all this to my youngsters? I don't know whether I've succeeded or not, but I have tried my best. I want you to seek these commitments from every hotel general manager. You have to work at shop floor levels, and you have to work with them to seek these programs and make them successful. This is a great initiative Kamal has done, his team, who have all youngsters who have actually collaborated together. And I want you, as an institute, all of you, to encourage our entrepreneurs, seniors. You have Samir here. I mean, there are many, with age, you can't see too much. But we have people who have actually spent their time, effort, and money. Learn from them, work with them closely. They will help you. And I think it's a duty of every IHM alumni, to contribute in terms of what they have learned. If you want this industry to sustain, if you want this industry to revive, and if you want this industry to grow. Thank you so much for inviting me. I really appreciate. I'm very fortunate to have been here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your enlightening and dauntless message. Dr. Shrikant Beldona is a professor in the University of Delaware, USA, chair and the graduate director in the Department of Hospitality and Sport Business Management at the Alfred Lerner College of Business and Economics. He earned his PhD from Purdue University and an MBA from the University of Newcastle, Australia. Dr. Beldona has published over 65 articles and papers that have appeared in many distinguished journals. He is a member of the editorial board for the Cornell Hospitality Quarterly. He was honored as one of 2015's top 25 most extraordinary minds in hospitality marketing by Hospitality Sales and Marketing Association International. Dr. Beldona has also conducted several executive development programs in the US, the Caribbean, Europe, Australia, and India in the domain of hospitality marketing and customer service management. Now, I would like to request Dr. Beldona to address this august gathering.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the nice words to introduce me. First, I'd like to acknowledge Shri Arvind Singh Ji, Kamal Kant, Mr. Kamal Kant, my classmate and a leader of the top hospitality school in the country, Dr. Das, Mr. Kachru, Mr. Ori, and Srimati Bagel. What I'm going to talk about today is, okay, let me just put this. Are you all able to see the screen? Okay. There you go, okay. So, I think what I'm going to talk about quickly for the next 15 to 20 minutes is a nice Mr. Kachu gave a very good segue for me to actually talk about a very important phenomenon underway in the hospitality industry. And that is the changing paradigm that's taking place when it comes to what hospitality means. So originally, hospitality has always been defined as being high touch and high tech. So you got to combine both touch and tech to provide great experiences. But over the last 3 years, something has really transformed what the industry is facing. First is, it remains high tech, but it's becoming low touch. So if we're moving to this paradigm of high tech and high touch to high tech and low touch, it's important for us to now understand what are the implications it has for the discipline overall. So first, let's try to define it very quickly. I'm not going to give a lecture here. I'm going to just go very quickly with the points. So I'll appreciate if you all stay with me. So how do guests judge hospitality, right? So in a 2015 article that I published with a colleague in the Cornell Hospitality Quarterly, we defined hospitality as generosity of the host, care, and personalized attention. So there's a very rich interpersonal context that is taking, that is essentially underpinning the definition of hospitality. If you go back to everybody who's talked about what hospitality is, 25 years from when I published my paper, they've been talking about it as interactive. People involved in exchange. There's a host and a guest. If you go to the definition of hospitality, it has both host and guest in the origins when you look at it from an etymological perspective, right? So now, if there is low touch that is prevailing, and that is the current trend, what we're actually now seeing is a changing definition of hospitality, right? This is a significant importance, at least the way I'm seeing it, and a lot of other people are seeing it. At least, people who are, some of the researchers that we are talking to, and some of the industry experts as well. So, what I want to explain the significance of this is, you have to go back and think. The very discipline you're in is changing its definition. So if you're, as you think of it, like if you're in, let's say, physics, and the very definition of physics is changing, there is a lot to be talked about. But what I want to point out is this permanent? And that is something which we have to ponder about. And so some of the questions I'm going to raise hopefully will help the research agenda going forward. Right? So what is the prevailing commentary? The prevailing commentary says that, so there was a study done by Skift and Oracle. Some of you who may know, Skift is a very reputed forum and company which does research in hospitality. It's based out of the US. And they worked with Oracle, and they came out with a study fresh off the press, which said that 73% of people are now looking for contactless experiences. And out of that 73%, about 47% are saying, yeah, somewhat agree that we want contactless experiences. That means they're going completely, they want, not completely, partially low touch. So this is where the research needs to be very much focused on, and how much are we going into low touch? Is it really something to explore? And I believe it is. You have to establish, how much low touch are we getting into? So what are the things that are driving this? Let's just try to understand that. 3 things. First is mobile smart technologies. We all know that. And this has been there before COVID-19 pandemic. We have been moving into experiences where a lot of guests want to do their own thing. They want to look at Google Maps. They want to figure out all the knowledge that they can get from their phones. The value of a concierge in hotels has arguably reduced, because now you have all the information nearby that you can actually work with, right? So guests have this mobile smart technologies are just going to expand further and further, especially when you look at how augmented reality applications, where you can actually point your phone at a street in front of your hotel and then say, show me all the bars where I can get good draft beer. And you can even get ratings of all this. So there are a lot of developments underway when it comes to mobile smart technologies. The second thing is the COVID-19 pandemic. All of us know that the pandemic has practically hit us at a place where it has come to the very DNA of what human beings do, which is mix, talk, engage with each other, right? So here we have an adversary or an enemy, if we can call it, which you can't even see with the naked eye, and it has come and invaded the way we actually work in our social fabric. And that is very problematic. So that's the second thing. And the third thing is, actually it's been a trend that has been increasing overall, is the idea of communication preferences. As you know, the digital natives, as what we call. So if you really look at the market has different generations. In the US, we have definitions like baby boomers, seniors, the silent generation before that. We have many other generations, Generation X, Generation Y, millennials, and now we're talking about Generation Z, as what they call. And this Generation Z and the millennials are people who have, like, at least Generation Z has not seen an internet which is not mobile. They didn't grow up with a technology, with a world which is not mobile. At least me, a lot of us here, we saw the internet start, grow from desktop, laptop, mobile. And now, of course, internet is going into even devices, all devices. You can have smart homes and so on. So there's been a gradual this one. But the most important thing in the communication preferences is that we are doing a lot more based on electronic communication. Research in the US now shows that the younger generations do not want to meet a doctor if they don't have to, right? They don't want to engage with a lot of people if they don't have to. So they want technology to work with the doctors, work with service providers across the board. It could be anything, but they want it on their phones. They want to work with that. So those three things are really compounding this thing about high touch, high tech, to high tech and low touch. I wish I could put that in the logical sequence, but I hope you all get the point what I'm trying to point. All right. So, okay. So what are the developments as we speak? So Mr. Kachru's insights, I truly appreciate, saying listen to the market. Right? You need to listen to the market to know what the market is telling you. The first thing that's underway is decommoditization. I know it sounds like a fancy term, but it's simple to understand. What is commoditization? Simply is that there's so many brands for the customer to choose from. All brands look the same, feel the same, cookie cutter, everything looks the same. So now what do? In the US, in the 90s, the entire industry was cookie cutter. You could stay in a Marriott and a Hilton, and you would come out after 3 months. I'd ask you, what was the difference? You'll say, now, did I stay? What was that? Was the Marriott? Was the Hilton? How different was that, right? So what has happened is, from 2000 onwards, hotel companies started realizing, and then they started breaking down and adding brands to decommoditize, to differentiate, right? So I published a paper in 2015 again in the Cornell Hospitality Quarterly, which validates empirically what the industry was doing, meaning that they were thinking that all hotels were feeling the same. So now we need to break it up. So some companies now, like Accor, has about 37 brands. It might be a little more or less, don't hold me to that, but it's around that. Marriott has 32 brands. So many of these brands coming into the picture, meaning that everybody wants to provide individual experiences, unique. And the younger generation is pushing that in a very strong way. The second thing is service automation and artificial intelligence. Now you're seeing a lot of automation in services, which is increasing tech, high tech and low touch. Robot, you've got, I'm sure you all have seen videos of, room service robots moving around, serving, and then there's a lot of other things that are coming in where There are certain hotels in the US and other parts of the world as well where you can park your car, get inside, go to your room, stay for 2 nights, get out, and don't meet one single person. Right? So there's a lot of automation underway, which is going to be very important for the Indian market to realize, to see what foreign travelers are going to expect when they come into the Indian market. In my opinion, the Indian hospitality industry is the world's, I mean, of course, I'm going to be biased. I think Thai is very good, but Indian hospitality is world class, right? You're talking about very good personalized attention. The level of service is just phenomenal. And, you know, even my American colleagues and friends would say that, right? So how do we read now what those foreign travelers are going to come? Remember, Western economies, people in Western countries are more driven by independence, autonomy. They want to do things by themselves. They fill their own gas. They make their own things from Home Depot, IKEA. All these are successful stories because people do their own things. Now, when you come into hotels, many people don't like to engage too much because they can do things by themselves. So read that. That's an important thing to read, right? The third thing is greater emphasis on loyalty programs. Marriott's re-envisioning of, you know, the Bonvoy program, integrating Ritz-Carlton and Starwood, everything that was integrated, and then you have many others competing on loyalty programs. So that is going to come into the picture very, you know, at a very high level. And the last thing is choice-based pricing. A lot of customers now are asking for paying what they only want to use. Now it's going to be a very big, it's going to be a slow change that's going to take place, but that is on the way. Because now that is how the customer is defining value. You can choose your room. Imagine making a hotel reservation where you can actually map the floor of the place and say, I want that particular room. And you know, it's so far away from the elevator and da-da-da-da-da. You can go into so many other details. Just like how you buy an airplane ticket. You buy a flight ticket, you can choose your seat. So if you can go into that level of granularity, there's a lot of things that's going to evolve in revenue management, in dynamic pricing. There's going to be a lot that's going to come in with choice-based pricing, right? And last, how does this affect the hospitality education curriculum, right? I'm an IHM graduate. I'm from IHM Bhubaneswar. Very proud. You know, we learned very good things. IHMs do a phenomenal job of getting people into the industry who are already, you know, trained in many things that the industry wants them to do. You don't want people who are freshly minted and who don't, you have to teach them what to do. But there is a big change underway that's required in the curriculum, the way I see it, right? You need to look at people should know everything from a digital perspective. The digital journey. How are people booking? How are people being acquired? How are customers being acquired? How are customers being engaged with? And how are customers being, you know, what should I say, harvested for repatronage? So that's an important thing to look at, and that's that digital toolbox should be there for in all programs. So people should know, not just looking face to face, but know the entire journey and connect at a digital level. And remember, this younger generation is going to lap it up. They know quite a lot about technology and how it goes. The second thing there is service experience design. Teach people how to design, you know, experiences, and that mix the digital, the high touch, and the high tech, and that's important as well. And of course, emotional, cultural intelligence that I'm a big advocate of, and that's an important prerogative to keep when you're seeing, all the trends. How do I interact with? Remember, one thing is that when you engage with the technology as a customer, and the technology fails, if the encounter fails, somebody needs to come to help you, right? Now that person has to be that good, much better, highly emotionally intelligent, knows exactly what to do, and that's a very important context to drive. So I didn't want to keep it too long. I wanted to just stay within the vein of what is important for the program and the conference. I can't tell you how honored I am here to be with so many of you all here, many distinguished people who are going to present, many of my colleagues, other keynote speakers. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Have a great conference. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your unique perspective on the touch and technology relation with all of us. Mr. Deepak Ohri, CEO, Les Bois Hotels and Resorts, Chief Happiness Officer, Les Bois Hotels and Resorts, Executive in Residence in Entrepreneurship and Innovation, Pinot Global Entrepreneurship Center, FIU Business Executive Chair, Pinot Global Executive Board Advisory Board Member, FIU Center for International Business Education and Research, is well known worldwide as an award-winning entrepreneur who has transformed the luxury hospitality landscape in Asia. As a recognized expert in leadership and luxury hospitality, Mr. Ohri has lectured at leading business management schools, as well as co-creating and helping pioneer the first MBA course in luxury management and marketing for the Graduate School of Business at Florida International University. In October 2021, he was appointed Executive in Residence in Entrepreneurship and Innovation and Chairman of Executive Board at Pinot Global Entrepreneurship Center at FIU. In March 2022, Sir joined the CIBER Advisory Board. The International Hospitality Institute has named Sir among top most powerful people in global hospitality. I would now like to invite Mr. Deepak Ohri to come and address the gathering.
Thank you very much. Very good afternoon. Such an honor to be here, and I'll tell you why. I don't have to tell you about the subject because everyone has covered it. It's a great pleasure to meet the Secretary of Tourism. And during our time, we had never seen such a commitment coming from Ministry of Tourism. So looking at that, I think India is in very good hands. Mr. Kachru, until today I can boast about it, that I'm still the youngest executive assistant ever in the history of India Tourism Development Corporation. So I was his youngest executive assistant. Kamal, my batchmate. I met the Pro Vice Chancellor of IGNOU, the IHM Bhubaneswar, our scholar, Belladonna, and Mrs. Anita. So it's such a pleasure. I applied for IHM Pusa, and I didn't get through. And that's why I'm very honored. So I said, first time, I want my entry to be very dignified. And when Kamal called me 4 or 5 months back, I was very happy. It took me 20 minutes to find the way, but that was worth it. So that is one very good reason why I'm here. Second, I'm a dreamer. If you see my qualification, I've done diploma, but I am considered in USA only A-level pass. But I still teach at the public university where the entrance is done on the PhD level. Why? Because I'm a dreamer. Vijay Dutt used to be the duty manager at the Ashok Hotel. And there's a gentleman who came out of the elevator and 10 people are running to open his white ambassador car door. And I asked him, and there was another gentleman, I said, who's this gentleman? He said, oh, you can forget our name, but don't forget his name. His name is Mr. KB Kachru, and he's the Executive Vice President, Hotel Operation. And I said to all of them that one day I'm going to work for him, and everybody laughed. But I did work for him as a youngest executive assistant. So my whole speech is they have covered all the technical points. I'm going to cover few points which are very important in our lives. Now, let's touch on the thing that what has happened after COVID. Okay, so I had to redo the speech because everybody had spoken what I wanted to talk about. So my apologies, okay? So the two words that has taken the world by storm is great resignation and revenge spending. How much the world has changed after COVID, that for negative thing, we are putting a positive word. Resignation is a very negative thing, but we call it a great resignation. And spending is a very positive word, we are calling it revenge. So how do we survive in this change? One thing we have learned from COVID, that nothing should be done in isolation. When the world were talking about how bad the COVID is, or COVID was, now it is was, I'm sorry, we were looking only at quants. We didn't look at the qualitative aspect. In life, intangibles are more important than tangibles. You are all graduate students here. When you leave this room, I want you to leave this room with this aspiration that I will be a qualitative person, and for a quant, I will be in a position to hire people who will do that. Because what we need is quality right now. We don't need the quantity. And quality is going to take us a step further. When we talk about India tourism, I would like to add, we should not say that within India we are going to do this. We should say that India should be the forefront of global hospitality. And I will tell you why we should say that. I gave a speech at 2 or 3 business schools, and I predicted, and everybody was laughing at me. Thankfully, Economist magazine, 2 months later, agreed to what I had said. The whole asset management model is going to change. Because what has happened is 60 to 70% of the hotels worldwide are owned by investment bankers. If not 60, maybe 58, 55, 56. The whole asset management model is going to change. How we are going to make money? We are not going to make money like we are making it today. We are not going to be looking at profit and loss like what we are doing it today. And all these major global chains, which you saw, will not be there. Or if they are there, they will be divided after 10 years. Because there will be a rise of individual hotels and there will be a rise of regional chains. So there is an opportunity for all of you to become an entrepreneur. The biggest landlord or the largest landlord of the world, BlackRock, the quarterly loss that was announced last month was in $1 trillion on asset management. Just for the information so that we know. The leisure business, the whole distribution model is going to change. The distribution points we are looking at, everything will change. Artificial intelligence should not be used by people who are in the hospitality. Let the distribution company use the artificial intelligence, and we should rely on our natural intelligence. Because if we become artificial, the guests are never going to come to us. So let the distribution company works on in artificial intelligence, and we should work on our own intelligence. Now, I had a dream of working with the Oberoi Group of Hotels. The closest I came to that was last night I was having my biryani and it fell down. So I picked up 2 or 3 pieces and cleaned the floor myself. So that was the closest I came to working with the Oberoi Group of Hotels. But that's a great organization. But what we have to do, as the world is evolving, as the customers are changing, we should look for impact. All of you here have to understand the word impact. And the word commitment, you should do only to your girlfriends. Impact is something you should do always in your business. Now, I give you a very good example. I don't know how many of you have read President Obama memoir. So he gave his speech when he was a senator. And it was a great speech, and his Republican friend, that time they were friends. I don't know about now, Barack Obama is a Democrat. That time his Republican friend came to him and said, Barack, his name, first name, you gave a great speech. People were in tears. But you know something? You didn't get a single vote. There was a huge commitment, but there was no impact. If you have to rise to a level, learn to dream and learn to execute the dreams. Second, commitment is not necessary in today's world. What is necessary is how much impact you can create and make on people. Now, I want to ask you questions because I don't know whether you're sleeping or not, because Baba Ramdev said 20 minutes before lunch you should take power nap, and I'm at the last. So, and after that I looked at the program and there's a lunch. So I want to ask you that how many of you speak Hindi? Okay, now you have to ask, is a young generation, right? Because I don't speak English. I learned it in a very, very hard manner. So, can anyone tell me a difference between Mahabharata and Ramayana? You know that answer, so you keep quiet, Samir. Can anyone tell me the difference, one basic difference between Mahabharata and Ramayana? Yes. You need a microphone? I can come to you. We can meet halfway. That will be called hybrid model. No, it's okay.
All right, sir. So first and foremost, I would like to say that Mahabharata involves the battle between Pandavas and Kauravas, and Ramayana, it involved Lord Sri Ram, Ravana, as well as Lord Sita. That was the one basic difference, a difference of characters. However, the one common aspect was always the truth prevailing over the evil aspect, sir.
Yes. You can give the microphone to her. Sure.
Basically, Mahabharata left an impact, and Ramayana was all about commitment, the commitment towards the state, and and so Rama reacted according to the commitment, whereas Mahabharata was all about leaving an impact and working with the duties and responsibilities, dharma, over anything else.
Anybody else? Because I don't have much time, because they have given me only 20 minutes.
And Mahabharata is Treta.
Okay. Okay, so I tell you the difference. And that's the difference you have to know. You know, it's about commitment and impact. All of you are right. There's also one difference. Mahabharata is done by, what is the name? B.R. Chopra, right? And the Ramayana is done by somebody else. But I'll tell you one basic difference that you need. Ramayana is a principle-based organization. And Mahabharata is a rule-based organization. Now, I made a statement that most of the organizations may not exist or they will get dismantled because many of the organizations, as they become big, they become rule-based organizations. What customers today are looking for and where they're ready to spend the money, right now they are, as we call it, revenge spending, but after 2 years when the things mellow down, that is where everybody will be running after each and every customer and will be running after each and every employee. Why? Because customers are looking for principle-based organizations. And it fits very well with the profile. Dreamers, you learn how to execute. You have to be converting your organization into principle-based rather than rules-based. Of course, rules are there. So that's the difference. Strength and power. What is more important? And these are teachers, so I can't ask them anything. So I'll ask the students. What is more important, strength or power? Please, you have to answer. You're graduate students. And why strength is more important? Okay. Why strength is more important? Post-COVID, power may come and go. Not everywhere you will find the chairs to be so heavy that it won't move. There are two kind of people, shareholders and shareholders. Okay? And many people, they will lose their chairs. So what is important is the strength when you lose the power. Strength when you get the power. Because that will make you remain stable in your decision making, moving forward. At Labua, we were not so lucky because Labua is in Thailand. They just mentioned that we in Indonesia, so I called my corporate office. I said, I'm the only one who doesn't know the office has moved to Indonesia. Thankfully, we are still in Thailand. So thankfully, we are still in Thailand. So at Labua, we didn't fire a single employee. We didn't get any grant from the government. We didn't have any domestic business because it was based 40 million tourists all coming. But why didn't we fire? Because there was no fault for the employees. Today, if we are not finding people, and it will become more and more difficult to find people in our industry, because we need an unconditional apology from all the hoteliers worldwide for what we have done to our people during COVID. And all that because of artificial intelligence and those numbers. And that's a very, very important thing. All that because the artificial intelligence said the numbers are going to be so much, and this is all what we did. Where none of our people had any fault of theirs for losing that job. So imagine what we have done. And then we are saying that people are very important. We should not be even talking people are very important until we apologize and bring them back home. And this is what we have done. I can't show you that because it's a copyright issue. There's a case study that has been published recently about Labua, where we have gone to every employee's house to understand whether the family is happy or not. How do we make them happy and bring them back? Or bring other employees back. So I will show you, because this PowerPoint, I'm not very good in technology because I'm the old way, so I'm going to show, this is my book, which has already become a part of curriculum, which is my story. And it is not my story, it is everyone's story who wants to be or aspire to be, reach the top. It has already become a part of curriculum in few schools, graduate schools in US. That's where I'm launching the book, not in India yet, because I was not sure whether it will be accepted in India or not, because for whatever reason. Then I will take two more points and then I'm done. While I was writing the book, the first chapter, it took me 2 months and I couldn't even write first chapter. And I called my friend, he said, why don't you hire a coach? So I ended up hiring a coach. And I went to the coach, I said, what do I do? The coach told me focus. I said, how do I focus? He said, focus is focus. So can you tell me what is focus? Yes, again, you must be very brilliant. Now where's the microphone? No, it's okay, I have to hear. I'm 54, I can't hear. 2 minutes and I'm done.
So, if I may, I would like to say focus is not just a single word. It's more of a, I would say that focus is,
Yeah.
hello. I would say that focus is not just a single word. It's more of a definition, or rather a collection of different skills and attributes. Perseverance, commitment, and a determination towards our goal. It's not a one-time thing. It's a year-long or even a lifelong journey that one has to take through and learn from at each and every step towards it.
So this is a very good definition. But how do you put that in experiential learning? That in practical life, how do I focus while I'm writing? So my coach said, do the meditation. So I said, how much time for me to learn meditation? She said, 6 months. And I said, what's the guarantee I'll be able to focus? She said, 50-50. Then I read few books. They all said, focus, focus, focus. Somebody wrote 3 times, somebody wrote 6 times. So then I read Mahabharata. And there's a, if you read the real, not this real Mahabharata, there are many versions. So in Mahabharata, when Arjuna is pointing, looking at the water and has to take the aim, there's a definition that is written. And why Arjuna was able to take the aim? Because Arjuna was conscious of his weakness. When you all are conscious of your weakness, you can focus. Because you will not deviate. It's very simple. And after that, my book was done in 4 months. So this is what I want to talk about, that these are few things you have to keep in mind. Dream, but not only dream, learn to execute that. Learn the difference between commitment and impact, strength and power, and focus. And if you're able to do that, and looking at the intangible part, that is the qualitative part, I will be seeing you on the cover of some magazine someday. Yeah. So I'm going to, when you see the program is about to finish, so I'll run commercial for 30 seconds. That is my upcoming book coming on 10th of January. You can order from Amazon USA. Can you run the slides? I don't know how to do that also. So you can look at that. If you feel like buying, you can buy, because this is the book about. There's some endorsements that are there. Slowly, they won't. That's the purpose, so that you can buy the book. Don't take photographs of this, because this is a copyright issue. The university will kill me, but read it, because you tell your professors to buy this case. It's not expensive, because I don't get any money out of that. And then you can learn how we came out of pandemic. And normally, this case has come a month back and already sold 4,000 copies and creating a record. The next one. And this is where I want to see you. I saw that today. There are 9 Indians among the 100 most powerful people in global hospitality. I'm one of that. That's not a big thing. The thing is, there are 9 Indians, and in the next issue, there should be more. But when you start working, and 10 years down the line, that list should have 50% Indians. And that's the promise you have to keep while leaving the room. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you very much, sir, for your highly motivating words. We are sure to take a learning from your journey. And my sincerest apologies for the location mix-up, sir.
Now, I would like to request Mr. Anil Goyal, HOD Rooms Division, IHM Pusa, to present Ms. Anita Baghel with the memento. On that note, I would now request Ms. Anita Baghel, Additional Director General, Marketing Research Division, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, to come and present the vote of thanks for everyone present here. Ma'am, please.
respected dignitaries on the dais, principals at IHM, industry representatives, distinguished guests, a very good afternoon to everyone. I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion. First of all, I would like to thank all the honorable delegates who blessed us with their presence. I'm also very much thankful to members of Program Advisory Committee members and the invited speakers. On the behalf of organizing committee, I convey my deep regards and hearty thanks to respected Chief Guest Shri Arvind Kumar Singh, Secretary, Ministry of Tourism, for gracing this conference as Chief Guest and extending all kinds of support and guidance. Sir, in future also we will taking such initiatives and work under your guidance. Further, words are not enough to express my gratitude to our learned keynote speakers, Dr. Shrikant Bedola, Shri K.B. Kachru, Shri Deepak Ori, and Dr. R.P. Das for sparing your precious time to share your thoughts and enriched with the knowledge to all of us. These profound insights will definitely give shape and direction for this conference. Lastly, I extend my special thanks to Professor K.K. Pant, Principal IHM Pusa, and all members of his team for taking initiative and taking all pain and efforts to organize this conference. In the end, once again, I thank you all for joining us in this 3 days journey of deliberate discussions. And by the end, I'm sure we'll be having a roadmap for revival and growth of the tourism industry. Thank you, everyone.
Now, I would like to request Mr. Anil Goyal to present Mr. Deepak Ohri with a memento. Mr. Kamalkant Pantji to present Dr. Shrikant Beldona ji with a memento. Mr. Kamalkant Pantji to present Shri K.B. Kachru ji with a memento. Mr. Anil Goyal ji to present Professor Dr. R.P. Das ji with a memento. And Mr. Kamalkant Pant ji to present Mr. Arvind Singh ji with a memento. Now, I would like to request everyone to please rise for the national anthem.
मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे गागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
And now, I would like to request the dignitaries to proceed towards the conference room for lunch. Students to the second floor dining hall. I would like to request everyone to join us back at 2 p.m. in the auditorium for technical session 1, focusing on customer behavior and brand image. Thank you so much, everyone.
I would request Dr. Rashmi Singh, Principal Scientist, IARI New Delhi, to please come up on the stage.
I would request our honorable jury member, Ms. Rajneet Kohli, Principal, IHM Bhatinda, to please come up on stage.
I would request Professor Dr. Nimit Ranjan Chaudhary, Professor Jamia Miltia. I'm really sorry, sir.
We are starting shortly. We are waiting for one of our jury members. Thank you. Good afternoon, all. I, Palak Gupta,
And I, Pranvat Singh,
welcome you all to the first technical session of the second International Conference 2022 on Hospitality and Tourism Revival Strategies. We spent our morning with eminent personalities from the hospitality industry and indulged ourselves in their insightful concepts. As our theme for the colloquium is all about the revival strategies for hospitality industry post COVID-19, the significance of customer behavior and brand image for the broadening of hospitality and tourism sector is worth conversing about.
the session is to be chaired by our honorable jury members, Dr. Sonia Sharma, Associate Professor, SOTHSM, IGNOU. Ms. Rajneet Kohli, Principal, IHM Bhatinda. Professor Dr. Nimit Rajan Chaudhary, Professor Jamia Millia, Islamia. And lastly, Rashmi Singh, Principal Scientist, IARI, New Delhi. On that note, I would like to take the golden opportunity to welcome our honorable jury members. I would request Mr. Anil Kumar Goel, sir, to welcome Dr. Rashmi Singh. Sir, would you please welcome Dr. Sonia Sharma? Sir, really sorry. Sir, will you please welcome Ms. Rajneet Kohli? And so finally, will you please welcome Professor Dr. Nimin Rajan Chaudhary. We are honored to have you all here with us in the 60th year of our institute.
To start off the session, we have Ms. Diksha, Teaching Associate IHM Panipat, Ms. Shreya Prasad, Assistant Lecturer IHM Bhubaneswar, and Ms. Vanshika Srivastav, Teaching Associate IHM Panipat, presenting their paper on Role of Brand Image of the Hotel as Guest Preference, a study of selected 5-star hotel in the NCR.
A very good afternoon to all of you. It's a privilege for me to stand here and present this paper because I am myself a PUSAI. I have been a student of this institute. I've done my master's from here, 17-19 batch. So coming back to this college after 3 years and presenting this paper in front of all the dignitaries of the hospitality industry who are present over here, it's a great privilege. I would seek permission of the jury members to start my paper. So the topic of the paper is Role of Brand Image of the Hotel as a Guest Preference, a study of the selected 5-star hotels in the National Capital Region. So we have done our study on 5 hotels. We have taken each hotel from all the reputed brands. Due to some reasons, we have not mentioned the exact names. Rather, we have given Hotel 1, Hotel 2, and Hotel 3. So whenever we want to, even in our daily lives, if we want to purchase anything, some of us are very brand specific. We go for particular brands. We have our preferences. So before having preferences, there are certain reasons why we have those preferences. Maybe we are influenced by the advertisement that we have seen, or we have experienced a stay in a hotel, or we are mesmerized by an experience. So there are so many reasons. Similarly, whenever a guest chooses a hotel, he has some preferences, and I think all of you will agree to me, whenever we travel, we also have some preferences. Everyone has some preferences that we will, firstly, I will look up to, either we look up to luxury, or the location, or the services that are provided by the hotel. Maybe many people, once you have experienced any of the 5-star hotels, you have seen the services, you will definitely want to go back if you are impressed by them. So the paper is all about that, how a guest preference is affected by the different services. So I would quickly like to go to the objectives of the paper without taking much time. There are 3 objectives of the paper. First is to determine the factors that comprise the brand image of the hotel. The second is to find out how brand influences the decision making. And the third is to find out the impact of price on purchase. This is some of the work. I would like to read out a few of the previous work that has been done for the brand image of the hotel. Please do look at it. The study, the slide is not visible over there. I've been changing slide over there, it's not reflecting over here. Should I start again? Oh, sorry for the inconvenience. Well, as part of the introduction, I have tried to define various definitions that would help anyone while we think about branding. The first one is brand equity. Then I have tried to explain brand awareness, brand associations, perceived quality, brand experience, brand preferences, and brand loyalty. In this slides shows the objectives of the paper. The first objective is to determine the factors that comprise the brand image of the hotel. The second is to find out how brand influences the decision making, and the third one is to find out the impact of price on the purchase. Then I would like to explain the research methodology. Well, both primary and secondary data has been used for completing this research paper. In order to have the primary data, a structured questionnaire was designed, and we had 300 responses, out of which we had drawn the conclusion for the paper. So I would quickly like to read out the important results that we had and that are related to the objectives of the paper. When we designed our questionnaire, we have asked our respondents to choose between various factors or various, we have listed some of the factors that that why they want to visit any hotel and why they want to, and what they prefer any hotel. So we have the reasons that we have listed for their visits were cultural and religious reasons, for health, for sports and recreation, for MICE, for business reasons, visiting with family and friends, for rest and relaxation. And when out of the responses that we have received, the maximum people have given the answer that maximum times they visit any of the branded hotels for rest and relaxation purposes. In the next related question, we have asked our respondents about how they look up to the various services and factors in any of the hotels, that how do they prefer the infrastructure, the location, the services, the prices, rooms, the restaurants and bars, banquets, business center facilities. So according to the responses that we have got, location, most people or most guests have prefer locations when they visit any hotel. They do have listed that yes, the facilities that are offered, but according to our survey, the location is the most preferable thing that they look up to when they select their hotels. I've already read this slide and it's still not changing. It's there. I'm on the next slide. I've already left. It's 13. It's still on 12. I've explained 12. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, from here. So these are the factors, and for various hotels, the respondents have given their answer. As you can see, the hotel one has, it has most preferable, the location was the most preferable thing that they have looked up to. Then again, to find out the factors and to find out the characteristics that contributes to a good brand image, we have again listed certain characteristics, out of which and features of the hotel, maybe the decor has been more attracted, the guests are more attracted towards that rather than the value added services or the pricing factor. The quality of services still tops the list, and it still matters any day, the number of services, the kind of service a hotel provides to any of the guests. When we talk, the next factor that when we talk about the factors that contribute towards the brand image, these are the certain things that we have listed from our secondary data, and then we asked our respondents to choose or vote amongst these things. So these are the factors that have been concluded from the data, that these affect the brand image of any of the hotel. Then about the loyalty programs, the respondents were asked, and 46.7% respondents are the active members of any of the loyalty programs of big brands in the industry. The limitations of the study was that it was a region specific. We have just taken few hotels from the National Capital Region. The same study can be conducted in other parts, in other areas as well. When we talk about the conclusion, the major conclusion is that the factors that affect the brand value of any hotel are meal packages, room tariff, loyalty programs, location, etc. And it has been suggested that people always consider brand while making any purchase. Price is somewhat considered as a factor while purchasing any of the hotel. Quality of services is a huge factor while branding your product. It is the most important characteristic of any brand according to the customers. Here are some suggestions, or we can say the importance of the paper, that this can be used by various hotels as a, they can take it as a, they can use these things for the marketing, for building up their marketing strategies. Thank you so much. Any questions, ma'am?
My only thing to you right now is you've given a presentation, and that presentation by
The Professional University Jalandhar to present her paper on the role of homestays in reviving tourism in Shimla.
Good afternoon to one and all. Allow me to start. Before I start, I think a lot has already been spoken about by the keynote speakers, those of us who attended the inaugural ceremony, about pandemic, about tourism and post-pandemic effects, and also about the survival technology, how we have to go about it. So the study was actually done during the first wave of corona when it hit India in 2020, and the data was also collected then thereafter. I had to be very strict with the sample size because I could not gather data. And the findings are much relevant to what most of the keynote speakers said. So I'll just present it. We all know Himachal Pradesh has already been known for varied form of tourism, be it a place for nature lovers, adventure seekers, religion, history, and the last trend we saw in Shimla and in and around places was ecotourism. People were a lot, getting conscious about nature, about environment. So ecotourism had picked up a lot. And also to complement all this, the native themselves are very simple and very hospitable people. Now, just for a moment before we go further with our study, I would like you all to take 1 minute break and just think about what Shimla is when we go as a tourist or as a visitor from our perspective. What do we look up to that place? What are we going there for? Be it any form of tourism. And then just think, whenever you last visited any other hill station like Shimla, what was your experience? So did it match up with what your expectation was initially and what you had experienced? Most of us would say, off lately, those who have visited, no. So a lot of efforts are already being made by government also. We cannot put all the blame on the government. They are also trying to make over a lot with sustainable rural tourism. This is the latest trend which has come up. And also tourists are also becoming very environment conscious, very environment friendly. And post-COVID, the trends which have come into being are that people want to get away with mass tourism places. They are going into the countrysides, they are going into the rurals, and they want secluded places. As it's already been talked about, the staycations, people who are working from home, so they have opted for these staycations, especially in places like Kullu and Shimla, and they have preferred to choose stay with the families in their residences, in their rented houses, and do their work from there. So all this has already been emphasized in the revised tourism policy by the government, and homestay tourism as such has picked up a lot in the state post-COVID, and the scheme was launched in 2008. Another problem with the small tourist destinations like Shimla is that the guest rooms mostly remain vacant during the lean seasons. We see oversaturation of these destinations during the peak seasons, and then suddenly there is a drop. lean seasons, most of these guest rooms, they remain vacant. And of course, to add on, the pandemic led to closure of most of these small lodging facilities. So the aim of the study has been to improve our understanding as to how homestay activities, they can contribute to revitalize sustainable tourism trends in Shimla, particularly post-COVID crisis. And talking about statistics, we get to know that Himachal Pradesh saw 81.4% fall in overall tourist arrival, and estimated loss of rupees 2,500 crores during this phase. Homestay accommodation is defined as any private home where we rent out the unused rooms to the guests or to our visitors, which will also supplement income and meeting people, as it's been emphasized by Lanu and Burman in the study. Now, tourism is, it's been mentioned in many studies that it is income generating activity, and especially for economically disadvantaged population like Ashley, Boyd, Godwin in 2000 and Eunice in 2004, they have mentioned in their studies. But homestay programs have specifically been shown to contribute to community development, to the communities who opt for homestay tourism, as has been mentioned by Acharle and Halpne in 2013 and Ibrahim and Razak in 2010 in the different studies. Also, the reported benefits of homestay programs are stronger social networks, empowerment of women, and injection on financial capital to the local economy. Also, that the place-based communities have become more and more entrusted to this concept of sustainability, which will integrate environment, economic, political, cultural, and social considerations, as has been mentioned by Richards and Hall in the study. And if we have to define sustainability in much of the simplistic way, as per Brundtland report, sustainable development is something meeting the present needs without compromising the needs for the future. Sometime back, tourism was called smokeless or chimneyless industry, but we have seen all the adversities. So moving from chimneyless or smokeless industry to sustainable tourism already reveals that how much damage has already been caused. And homestays in itself, it's just not a regular holiday where we spend few days exploring the local places, but these are holiday destinations in itself. The only thing is less explored places needs to be developed and brought into limelight. Based on all these findings, the objectives have been identified as to understand the potential of homestay in promoting sustainable tourism in rural Shimla, to study the impact of homestay tourism in reviving tourism sector in Shimla post-pandemic, and also to understand different other impacts which are socio-cultural, economic, and environment, and to study both positive and negative impacts of these factors in homestay for sustainable rural tourism development, and also suggest measures for the same. We know that homestay is not a new phenomena. Globally, it has been there, and it's been researched and modified, but it is fairly a new concept in Himachal Pradesh, and talking about Shimla, rural in specific. So a descriptive research design was adopted. A lot of quantitative tools and measures were taken, but along with that, qualitative study had to be done post-pandemic. And this paper presents the findings of 2 different surveys which were carried out in Shimla region during 2020. We know that lockdown was imposed from last week of March till mid-September. As soon as the travel restrictions were uplifted, the data was collected, and figures only reveal tourist inflow for 6 months. Now, talking about understanding the tourism potential of any new tourist destination, we know that potential of a destination can either be identified in terms of need of tourism development at that particular place, or the availability of the resources. So in rural destinations, we know large-scale commercial activities cannot be induced, and whatever local resources are available with us, we have to utilize those. Therefore, the population information was taken along with rural population, which was identified at 90% of state population residing in villages, that means rural population, and it was found that 62% of the total workers, they get their direct employment from agriculture. So they are our sample respondents, the potential operators, the farmers. A sample size of 384 was taken for the potential operators, which was calculated at 95% confidence level. For the second objective, the tourist statistics were taken, wherein the figure stands at 6,20,313 number of tourists who had visited Shimla in 2020. And most of these visitors had already visited Shimla in the first quarter, January, February, mid-March. So the tourist influx post-COVID first wave for October, November and December was very, very low. And I'll just move over to the findings now. From first survey, it was evident that the rural population stands at 75% and farming population 30%. The most interesting figure here is the small and marginal farmers, who are 99% in the state. And they all belong to low and medium income groups. Their dependency on farming is 68%. The best part is they are all well-literate people with graduates at 51%. And 88% of the respondents have shown their interest to opt for homestay tourism, provided they are given basic knowledge and basic infrastructure. From the survey 2, we get to know that most of the, in fact 100% population who visited Shimla, they are Indian, because we did not have foreign tourists coming to India at that time. Graduate, well-employed and students, they form the majority. The average length of stay is 63%, with average expenditure per day per person is 1,500 to 2,000 rupees, which is quite much economical if we compare it to the hotel rates. And most preferred company here is family and friend. The motivation factors for coming to places like Shimla could be to stay away, to be close to nature, to escape city life stress, especially during the COVID circumstances, and mental and physical rejuvenation. The operators were able to provide the general facilities. There were 5 different aspects, 21 attributes were studied here. So around 10 of the attributes, they were found above average, just satisfactory or unsatisfactory. 10 attributes showed neutral in different values, which are again vital attributes which are required for improving the visitor satisfaction in homestays. But the most significant dissatisfying attributes of the study were road conditions and waste disposal system. So it is an essential prerequisite for any tourist destination to have good accessibility. The recommendations here are that we need an effective monitoring system and techniques which will consider usage pattern of tourist resources. I'm sorry about the time limit. Any questions for me?
The room is open for the questions now.
Sorry, the presentation stretched on. Absolutely.
It's fine. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Let's welcome Mr. Preekshit Malik, student AIHM Chandigarh, to present their presentation on analyzing behavioral intentions of customers in quick service restaurant, effect of service equality, satisfaction and service value.
A very warm afternoon to one and all, respected judges and teachers and all my dear friends. As my topic is analyzing behavior intentions of customers in quick service restaurants, effect of service quality, satisfaction and service value. So I will start with the introduction. As we all know that the food service business has been grown immensely, and so many researches has been done regarding this, like Dine Serve, Quick Serve and Circle. And in my search, I have done the study on the extended version of Quick Serve and testing it in the tier 1 cities of India. And why I am choosing the tier 1 cities? because according to the surveys, 30% of food service firms has been closed due to the post-COVID pandemic, and due to which the need of QSRs has been increased. And why I'm taking the Generation Z here? Because the Generation Z is the 25% of traffic which is included in food industry. What is Generation Z? Generation Z is the population which is born between mid 1990s and early of 21st century. Now this is my conceptual framework. Here four major things are there. Service value. If I talk about service value is something which we are, what is sacrificed and what is obtained. If I talk about service quality is a thing that we are expecting and the actual perception of the service we are having. Now I talk about satisfaction. Satisfaction is a thing when we talk about that an overall experience a person have regarding the service. Now if I talk about behavioral intentions is the thing without changing any entity, I would like to prefer the thing or have the thing once more time. Now if I talk about objective, my first objective is that I will be checking the validity of quick serve paper, and I will checking the impact of service quality on the behavioral intentions of QSR customers, and moreover the service quality on the satisfaction, service value and behavior intention of QSR customers. And I will also be analyzing the mediating role of service value and satisfaction on the relationship between service quality and behavior intentions of the QSR customers. Now if I talk about review of literature, these are some past researches which has been done. There are many dimensions and they have different thoughts regarding the quick service restaurants. So I will not tell much about it. Now I will come to research methodology. I have taken the design of cross-sectional. What is cross-sectional? Cross-sectional is a design when we are taking a survey from many individuals at the same point of time. And how I have collected my data? My primary data was collected from the quick serve itself, and then I have choose the questionnaires which are suitable for the Indian customers for Generation Z. Then we have given these questionnaires to the 7 quick serve restaurant experts, and they have analyzed it and they have made some changes, and after that we have made the questionnaires again and we have made the Google form and then distributed at the different times, different periods from November to December itself. And we have 5 scales on our paper from 1 to 5, strongly agree to strongly disagree. Participation selection is done on Generation Z in Indian tier 1 cities, and moreover there are 8 tier 1 cities for 87% India's overall QSR chain activity. That's why we have done the survey in tier 1 cities. Now if I talk about data analysis, the data analysis is basically done on the two theories. First is means end theory and second appraisal theory. In means end theory, the Zithmal has described that the consumer perception of sacrifice in monetary and non-monetary things is towards the service quality and value and behavior intentions. And if I talk about appraisal theory is the something when a person having an attitude regarding the when he goes to choose a service, and then the impact of the motivation and then the behavior intentions of the person. These are some constructs which are showing the validity of the paper. I have chosen the 2 validity factors. First is the convergent validity and second is the discriminant validity. What is convergent validity? Convergent validity is the validity that the 2 measures should be related, and in fact they are related actually. What is discriminant validity? 2 measures should not be related and actually they are unrelated. So all the measures are there. The factor loadings all are about 0.5, and AV is more than the MSV. So all the factors are correct in their own. These are the research hypotheses based on our conceptual model. These are the showing the relation of all the four measures things towards each other, that how every part of that plays an important role in QSR's quick service restaurants. Now I talk about my key findings. The service quality and the satisfactions are the main predictors of the Generation Z behavior intentions, and the service value has not played a major role regarding this. If I talk about the study, the quick service restaurants has played a major role in upcoming after the COVID, and the satisfaction has played most important role for being the loyalty for the customer itself. Now theoretical implications. The survey has the finding of quick serve dimensions all are exist in India itself, and as the result QSR stimulates Generation Z client satisfaction, which impacts their behavior intentions. Now managerial implications. The managerial implications are the implications regarding the managers which should they do regarding the QSRs. The dimension of a personal service has played a very important role. It is having the highest variance in itself, 86.2%, and so the in service quality the manager should mainly focus on personal service. Now I will tell the limitations and future research direction for my paper. As I have done my research only on Generation Z, so there is a more vast India cities that the research can be done. Furthermore, a distinct factor sacrifice can be also taken in itself. And if I talk about recommendations, firstly I like to recommend that that if anyone of any entrepreneurs like to open any restaurant, they should go through my research paper, because it has very deep knowledge about the QSRs and how they have impact on the QSR customers. And also QSR would like to I will like to recommend to the QSRs also that they should take the survey of the customers also, because it is not only the customers responsibility to tell about the services, but it is also the QSR restaurants mainly that they should know about the how they are thinking about their restaurants. Thank you. That's all from my side.
Firstly, I think you were very organized, and I thought it.
They are not thinking that how much they are sacrificing. They just want good things, that they can have good service from themselves, from the QSR restaurants. That's why I have. That's why the factors have told that the service value doesn't play main role in this.
Yeah, I find that interesting because the past literature does say that value plays a very important role. So I'm not discounting the impact of what you've found. I'm just trying to find the logic of that. And if you're saying that,
Sir,
yeah,
very sorry, sir. Service value is playing on its own role, but as a mediator, it is not a playing role on the satisfaction value.
Okay. I should have seen that model a little more clearly. It's
Yeah,
not
sure.
visible
Yeah, sure.
completely, so fair enough. I think you did a good job. Thank you. Yeah, perhaps I have to see that more in detail later. Right? Great job. Thank you.
good presentation. You kept it on time, well structured, as Professor Belladonna said. So I also am confused about one thing. You said the most important thing was personalized service. But we're not talking about luxury hotels, we're talking about QSR. I mean, how can you
Yes, sir.
personalize in QSR?
Sir, I will
Could you
explain.
elaborate on that?
Yeah, yes, sir. Sir, as you can see, that on the conceptual framework, service quality is having 4 constructs. In service quality, I was saying that the personal service is playing major role. When we go to any restaurant, we don't think that the physical environment affect us much. If the personal service is more better, we will avoid the things that good hangings, good lightnings. That is the thing I want to explain here.
Looking at the quality, is looking at the quality more, and his personalized service, not the question of hand-to-hand personalized service, but the ambience of knowing the person. Like I would go to a restaurant if I knew I knew the 4 managers there. I think that's what he's trying to get
That
at.
was my follow-up question. How did you measure this personal service? What was the actual question which was asked?
Yeah.
So we can understand where it's
Yes,
coming
sir.
from. Otherwise, I find it contradictory in QSR.
Sir, we have 23 components, 23 different components on each of the 4 majors. So, as I have told you that we have...
It's a long, complicated study that he did, and he shortened it out.
Yes, sure, sir.
I have a small question for you. I mean, the basic idea of quality is the gap between expectations and perceptions. You don't even talk about expectations. So if he's talking about the expectation of a personalized service, that figures nowhere in your entire model. So how do you get to a conclusion about service quality and not even talking about expectations of the customers?
Sir, expectations are very different thing, as I think that I have done the study, that you are saying that as we expect, every human has a different nature, and as we have done the survey in different tier 1 cities, and at the different period of time, that we can have different expectations of all of them. According to the results, I am telling all the things. That's only the point I am trying to describe.
बाद में बात करेंगे session की.
Yeah, sure, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Next in queue, we have Mr. Kunal Sen, Teaching Associate, Institute of Hotel Management, Catering, Technology and Applied Nutrition, Pusa, New Delhi, to present his paper on the impact of Oyo and Tribu Hotel brand name on the sales of unclassified hotels of New Delhi.
Have you ever thought about unclassified hotels? कभी आपने सुना है unclassified hotels के बारे में? Good afternoon, all of you. I am Kunal Sen, work as a teaching associate at IHM Pusa, and today I am going to show my presentation on the impact of Oyo and Tribu Hotels brand names on the sales of unclassified hotels of New Delhi. So my first question is, what is unclassified hotels? So unclassified hotels are those hotels which are maintained by the medium scale people, or they are not categorized as a 1-star or a 2-star category. So that's the ultimate meaning of unclassified hotels, and each and every person know about Oyo hotels, but nobody knows about unclassified hotels, and that's the brand image. कि हमें ओयो के नाम से होटल ही दिमाग में याद आता है, ना कि अनक्लासिफाइड होटल्स के नाम से, एंड दैट्स कॉल्ड एज अ ब्रांड इमेज और ब्रांड इम्पैक्ट. जैसे आप कह सकते हैं कॉफ़ी है तो नेस्कैफे है, और चाय है तो पता है ताज, ब्रुकबैंड, जो भी है, ठीक है. तो It's my first introduction. Tourism is a booming sector all over the world. It contributes around 6.9% of Indian economy, but in 2020, due to corona pandemic, it was 50% less. But best thing always comes after the worst scenarios, and still now it's again booming, and it contributes around 6.8%, and in the recent years till 2030, it will be to 10.35%. So it's a booming sector. Government initiatives has, you have seen a lot of government initiatives nowadays by the help of Skill India programs, and 2,400 crores are given to Ministry of Tourism for our tourism sector. Oyo and Tribo. So why only Oyo and Tribo? Oyo is the biggest chain all over the world, which has more than 1 million rooms in 2018, and the Tribo is the #1 rated budget hotel friendly chain. That's why I have choose both of these things, and why I have choose this research only on unclassified hotels, not on luxury hotels, because unclassified hotels is one of the booming sector. Even it contributes much more higher because its connection is with more than domestic tourism, which contributes around 88% of tourism sector of India, and from the last 1 or 2 years, even it's more higher than the intervention contribution. And it's run by the medium economy people, so it which contributes more than 50% of Indian population. So it's our should be a high priority for us to strengthen the growth or economy of India, because they are the economy of India. They will make the economic of India because they are the real, or they are the more contributor to the Indian population. So that's why I choose only unclassified hotels. OS is around $26 million of opportunity till 2030. So that's why I'm saying it's the booming sector. That's the introduction. Objectives: to know about the unclassified hotels. We are knowing about the unclassified hotels, and the second is to know about the impact of brand image of Oyo and Tribo hotels on the sales of unclassified hotels, especially in New Delhi. So with the sales, I'm also consider their profit, expenditure, service, and support. Literature review. The research is mainly on the primary objectives. I have taken a lot of questions from the Tribo hotels or the Oyo hotels, especially the owners or the front office staff. And I also take a secondary research paper guidance from Mr. Guru Prasad in progress and performance of our rooms. And in conclusion of his research, he said that he worked on aggregator business model. Do you know what is aggregator business model? Aggregator business model is a simple model in which they have collect all of the unorganized sector or unorganized business and sell in a single brand. मतलब कि सारे अनऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर को एक साथ लेके एक सिंगल ब्रांड की तरफ से सेल करते हैं. वहाँ आपको कस्टमर मिलेंगे और आपको इजीली सेलर्स भी मिल जाएंगे. तो इसे कहते हैं एग्रीगेटर बिजनेस मॉडल, जो ओयो और ट्रिबो होटल्स दोनों ही यूज़ करता है. And the second, I have taken a secondary information from influence of corporate branding and its effect on customer loyalty, with special reference to brand Tribo by Mr. Vagesh and team in 2019. And in his conclusion, he said that corporate branding will also enhance the loyalty of people and even is more suitable in the increase of profitability of business. So that's why I have choose these two types of literature. Methodology. This study was mainly targeted to the people of New Delhi, special Connaught Place, Patel Nagar, Karol Bagh, etc. Simple random sampling method was used. The survey was conducted among 50 employees of 47 hotels, especially the owners and the front office staff, because it's not so easy to take the feedback or take about the sales of each and every hotel. So that's why I have only chosen the owners and the front office staff. And the questionnaire including introductory and main questions only. Respondents profile, if we are talking about the respondents profile, their female is 4% and male is around 96%, because mainly are operated by the owners only. Sampling. Oyo hotels are more than the Tribo hotels. That's why Oyo hotels is 61% of sampling and the Oyo hotels are 39% of sampling. if we are talking about the age considerations, so 36 to 40%, 36 to 40 age is of 35%, which is higher than all of these, then followed by 35 to 30%, 35 to 35 age with 22%, 26 to 30 age with. All right. Analysis of data. First is operational time. So when they have first started their hotel, so 42% of is less than 1 year. Because of corona pandemic, they have shut down their hotels and then reopened. So that's why it's 42%, and this 30% is 1 to 3 years. Duration. When they have joined this brand change, so it's almost less than 1 year, 82%, because of corona pandemic again, because they all have left them. So that's why it's only 82% of less than 1 year. Selecting brand chains. Why have they select these brand chains? इन्होंने क्यों ये brand chain को select किया है? तो most of them said that 40% are due to low sales. उनकी sales काफ़ी कम थी, इसलिए उन्होंने 40% low sales की वजह से choose किया है, और 22% is to guests. They need an appropriate guest for their hotels. That's why they have choose these brand chains.
Can I just stop you here? You're moving between two types of people. You said they're front office and owners, right?
Mainly front office owners.
So why would a front office and owner have selecting brand chains? Why is the question relevant? What brand chain are we talking about here?
Both of them, Oyo or Tribo. Why have they chosen? Because of low sales or because
they've chosen Tribo or Oyo. All right.
Because
Okay.
of the low sales or guest. Okay.
Sorry.
And the main presentation is on the sales. So below 15 to 20% of people has agreed that their sales are increased more than 36% has agreed that their sales are increased by 15 to 20%. 36% लोगों ने कहा कि उनकी सेल्स 15 से 20% तक बढ़ी है, और लगभग 22% लोगों ने कहा 20% और मोर. तो ये सेल्स काफ़ी बढ़ चुकी हैं. इसके बाद लो सीजन सेल्स. So around 50% of people has agreed that their sales are increasing on during low season sales. Low season. Strategies. So what type of strategies that they have used to increase the sales of unclassified hotels? So especially they have go with online promotions. So you have seen a lot of advertisement on televisions of Oyo hotels and Tribo hotels, even by some of the Bollywood stars like Kunal Kapoor and Imran Khan. You can easily see. Okay. So I'm directly going to the results. So results. So most of the hotel agreed that the sales are increasing after enrolling in these brand chains. 32% of hotels said their sales are increased by 20%. So 32% of hotels are agreed that their sales are increased by 20%, and most of the hotels accepted that they are the future of unclassified hotels. Recommendation. My recommendation is these brands are highly needed for the growth of unclassified hotels, and big brands like Taj, Oberoi, ITC, Leela should take initiatives to support these unclassified hotels, because during corona pandemic they have left their these unclassified hotels. Even I have a real story of Patel Nagar Oyo hotel, and they have left during corona pandemic, and they have lose a lot of profits. Thank you. Any questions, please? Is 2000 April to June 2021. 22, sorry, April to June 2022. This April to June. Post pandemic.
Post pandemic.
Sales come only during the pandemic.
Sales तो during the pandemic कम हुई ना? हाँ.
My simple argument is कि post pandemic तो tourism वैसे ही revive हो रहा था, लोग आ ही रहे थे. तो हो सकता है कि ये जो sale increase हुई branding की वजह से नहीं हुई हो, ये post pandemic phenomena हो. Quite possible. और sale जिसको वो डरे हुए थे कि कम हो गई, वो तो pandemic की वजह से हुई थी, right?
पहले भी वो unclassified रह चुके थे जब ओयो ट्रिबो आया था, फिर भी उन्होंने join किया.
तो थे because you jump to a conclusion कि branding करने से ओयो और ट्रिबो से उनका sales बढ़ गया, जो पहले कम था.
हाँ जी.
तो कम तो pandemic के time में था, बढ़ इसलिए गया कि pandemic खत्म हो गया, सकता है इसका रोल नहीं हो? Quite possible?
Not so, but maybe 50% or 20% हो सकता है, but
तुम
ज़्यादा
percentage और निकाल रहे हो इसमें, मतलब how could you calculate a percentage there? कैसे निकले, मतलब बहुत simple सा
सर
logic
इसका
है।
सैंपल जो है
Sample.
उसने फ्रंट ऑफिस और उसने उन्हीं
उन्होंने
होटल
किया।
से लिया जिनके पास ओयो और ट्रिबो है,
वो
तो
ठीक
उन्होंने
है,
तो हाँ कहनी ही है.
कहनी है।
So I have the auditor of Tribu Hotels.
So वो तो वो
why I need-
बोलेंगे. See, we are talking about what we should have gone to were the unclassified hotels who are not with Tribo and Oyo to find out has Oyo and Tribo impacted them or no. We should have based our whole research on that. You see, because the market is saying Oyo has actually destroyed the local small hotels and everything. I mean, there's a big talk about Oyo should not be around. Though it has given a lot of boost to a lot of small segments. See, it's a controversy, right? But at the end of the day, what, like for example, you took a question on your questionnaire. There is no season in Delhi. Delhi has no seasons. Why do you ask a question like, what happened in the low season of Delhi?
Summer is the low season in Delhi, July to
Where? Why? Delhi is the national capital. There's no season here. It works through the year.
I know it works through the year, but ma'am, it's between May to August is a low season, and there will no marriages all over around Delhi. And if you are going for a business hotel, just go to, but not for any other. If you have a resort or any other hotel.
1 minute, beta. Oyo and Tribo are only in business hotels. They are not in resorts.
They also have resorts, ma'am.
Not Delhi.
Around Delhi, they have resorts.
बेटा आपका रिसर्च दिल्ली में है.
All right.
आपने शुरू किया कि मैंने दिल्ली में रिसर्च की है. हम दिल्ली की बात कर रहे हैं. राइट? मैं गोवा की बात नहीं कर रही हूँ. Let's stick to Delhi.
Any further questions?
Yes. Well, my question is to you is that how many hotels you have visited?
It's around 47 hotels.
Only 47.
Only 47.
Okay. So what you're talking about the Tribo and Oyo, and one unclassified hotel, because I'm also a traveler. So I usually book the tickets from the booking.com also. You can also find the unclassified hotels there also.
Yes.
They are much better than Oyo. So you can't compare with any unclassified hotels which are there in Oyo and Tribo. And you must count what is the questionnaire. You must also show your questionnaire. Okay, what things you have covered. In the future, you can show the questionnaire also. That these things I have taken, and this percentage I am getting. I'm seeing your percentage only, but not in the questionnaire. So please इसको improve करिए. और आप कितने आपने hotels cover करे हैं? 47 बहुत कम होते हैं. ज़्यादा को cover करिए, करीब 100-150. और जैसे मैडम ने कहा है कि सीजन नहीं है, जैसे पहले कहते थे गोवा का एक सीजन होता था. आज गोवा भी
इस साल तो वो भी नहीं है.
बिकॉज अगर आपका 2.5 घंटे में 10 फ्लाइटें उड़ रही, 20 फ्लाइटें दिल्ली से गोवा के, तो कोई ज़रूरत ही नहीं कोई सीजन. ठीक है ना?
Thank you, sir.
Time here. First of all, I would say it's a good study and it's a good start because too many studies are done with 5-star hotels and stuff. We should be doing
Thank
more
you.
studies like this. Yeah. So I would like to first and foremost say all the criticism which has been given should be accepted in the form of suggestion to expand the study and dig deeper in the literature and get a better structure, theoretical structure to go forward. I think the questions are very pertinent. I had those same questions. On what basis you are saying this? But the one thing I would like to say, the value added of Oyo, I'm presuming that they give feedback to the hotels in terms of the statistics and stuff because they're aggregating data online, right? So one follow-up I would suggest is if you can get access from the hotel of this data that can answer this question. Ki before COVID kya tha, ye kya tha, because those statistics are now available, which an individual owner may not be ready to have, may not even have earlier, and now they have it. That's the value addition that somebody goes to Oyo, that's part of the training. We are giving you this feedback to help to improve your business. So that would be my suggestion.
Thank you, sir.
To look into that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, sir.
Next, we have Mr. Gopinath Vajpayee, Senior Research Fellow, to please come up on the stage and present his paper on exploration of revisit intention towards homestay accommodations as a service for standard operations in hotels.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is a privilege to be presenting here. So my topic is the exploration of revisit intention towards homestay accommodation, and this is done from online reviews that is available on TripAdvisor. So first, my colleague already briefed you about the homestay accommodation in simple terms. When you accommodate people in your home as a tourist in your home, then it becomes a homestay. So that is a simple definition, and homestay tourism is coming up very fast in especially in Uttarakhand, Kerala, Himachal Pradesh, and Rajasthan, these places. And in Uttarakhand itself, there are about 3,000 homestays which have come up until 2021 report, the last report that I saw. Now, one particular thing is when in contemporary travel, you assume that you are traveling to a destination, but in homestay tourism, it is a form of rural tourism. You are traveling to watch a homestay owner's life, his family life. You want to experience the culture around that home, like a village setup itself. So we could say that homestay itself is a destination itself. Like you want to experience that, no? So and what is the revisit? Revisit is the same in simple terms, purchase or a loyalty form. When you want to revisit a hotel or a homestay again, then that will be called a. So if in a hotel term or a homestay terms, you went to a homestay and you want to visit again, wow, this was good, this experience was good, so I want to go again. So that means you want to revisit that homestay. So a traveler's desire to revisit a particular place, a hotel, a homestay, will be a intent to revisit. And why does revisit intention matter in marketing? Simple terms, when you attract a new customer, it costs you as much as 5 times than in comparison to a repeat visit. This has been shown in previous studies. So instead of marketing to new customers, you would want to retain existing customers, and that will be effective and it will improve your profits ultimately. So that is why revisit is being researched a lot more in terms of homestay, less extent. So the objective of this study is, or the research question that I'm going to answer is, why people would want to revisit. What factors are responsible for a tourist or a visitor's revisit intention towards a homestay? I'm sorry to interrupt you. Core question. When you say revisit homestay, are you talking category of homestay or come back? To come back to a homestay, yes.
The very
Yes. Just a revisit intention towards a homestay. That a traveler want to revisit that homestay is, why would he want to? What factors? What factors are responsible for such questions? So previous literature I have summed up in 3 headers. Here you can see the revisit intention towards a destination. What factors are responsible for that is attractiveness, quality, value, creative experience, memorability, destination brand love, and brand image. Revisit towards hotel can be explained by perceived value, service quality, customer trust, customer satisfaction, perceived hygiene, information security in the post-COVID time. COVID-19 is also an emerging factor, and post-traumatic stress disorder, which is called PTSD, and sensory marketing. So these are the factors which promote revisit towards a hotel. The third, few studies, only 3 I've listed here, they talk about revisit intention towards homestay. So these, what factors are important is previous experience with the homestay, value for money, the level of facilities, operation and management, building and surrounding feature. This has been found in one study. Geist and community co-prosperity. It means the kind of interaction that homestay visitors have with the community and the community development. That is called a geist and community co-prosperity. So these are the factors which are important for revisit intention towards destination, hotel, and homestay. So in this research, what we have done is, we have what earlier researchers do is, because I have taken the sample, the data from online reviews. Now, previous researchers which do analysis on these kind of data, they do it mostly through machine learning. I have myself done a machine learning model before this, but those are not accurate, and they are prone to language errors. So if there is error in language, that machine learning model gives a lot of inaccuracies. So what we have done is we have combined these two methods. We have done manual coding, one, and secondly we have inputted this QCA, which is qualitative comparative analysis. We have combined these two methods. So what I initially did was we scrapped around 2,300 reviews from TripAdvisor using a Python scraper. We made a simple script. It automatically scraps the tweets or the reviews from the TripAdvisor between 2010 and 21. And then from that, because it is not possible to code all the reviews manually, because we have to do manually, so we did 200 random sample from that 2,300, and we coded it into 3 rounds using Atlas TI software. So for those who are not familiar with qualitative methods, in coding we give a short term for a lengthy text. We give a short term. So that is called coding. So we did 3 rounds of coding. In the first round, simple and we were coding. In the second round, we did thematic coding, and in the third round, we aggregated those codes together. Then in that process, we got total 8 input variable and 1 output variable. Output is the revisit intent, and 8 other input variable. Then we transferred it to FSQCA software. And the results show that, so this 200 sample comprised of 23 locations and 29 properties in Uttarakhand. And the results show that 20% homestay visitor have a positive, want to revisit the hotel. Only 5% had a very severe negative experience. Overall visitor experience and homestay towards the homestay was favorable, 4 or 5 star. Now this is my main analysis, which is output of the FSQCA. These 3 configurations were found out in the FSQCA. Now I'll briefly go about why I used QCA. Now QCA is based on the assumption of equifinality. Equifinality is you could achieve the same result by different methods. So I would say you want to visit from this place to Connaught Place, you could take a metro, you could take a ride, or you could walk. So this is possible to have 3 methods or multiple methods to achieve the same thing. So this is the actual kind of analysis that should be used in social science studies and marketing studies. It's not like the hypothesis testing that it's accepted or rejected. So there are possibilities of multiple paths. So there are 3 paths which we have found through which tourists may want to revisit your homestay. So the first equation, which shows a high degree of coverage and consistency, was the only one which met the threshold. However, we should not decide that the 2 other equations are cannot just reject it. So the first equation suggests that service quality, money value, and trust are the 3 most factors, are the 3 necessary conditions for tourists to revisit the homestay. The 2 other equations, which although did not pass the threshold for coverage and consistency, they may be suitable in other circumstances, in other data sets, or possibly if we would have increased the sample size from 200 to 400, possibly that they would also find a lot of coverage and consistency. But for the time being, these 3 equations, out of these three equations, we can say in summary that service quality, money, and trust are the primary conditions, while memorability and destination image, these are the peripheral condition. If the homestay owner wants his customer to revisit them, he should focus on service quality, money value, and trust. However, he should also keep in mind the memorability, while destination image is not in his control. So this same equation I've shown in graphical format, like the first equation on the left hand side, service quality, money value, and trust. In the second and third equation, the ones with a dotted outline, these are the low probability conditions. So the strong conditions are money value and trust, while memorability and destination image are the weaker condition. In the third equation, service quality, money value, and destination are the condition that can reach a revisit intention, while memorability is a peripheral condition. So the conclusion of this study is that for homestay operators to improve their homestay services and they want more customer to visit them, they should take focus on the money value, trust, and level of service, while 2 other conditions, memorability and destination image, can also be improved, although the destination image, as I said, is not in the control of the homestay owner. Now to the scope for future research from my study is that we could replicate this study in other settings, and second is we can also include visitor attribute for a better insight, because online data does not give you visitor attribute. So a structured survey kind of thing can be done. I mean, that is possible. But this was a study on TripAdvisor data. So that is all. Thank you.
The stage is open for questions.
Firstly, I really like the study. The way you've actually approached trying to derive what actually drives revisit intention. And I liked your mention of machine learning to, extract and try to do something like this. Just want you to, we can talk later, but I've published a paper where we've extracted revisit intentions with machine learning, right? So when you are trying to say that what drives it, I have an alternative, method that you could employ where you can extract the revisit intention and derive a score for each review. And then you can actually do an LDA or, topic modeling to, see what are the attributes which will drive that. So I really liked your study. So I want to talk to you further. And very interesting, fascinating.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
बहुत अच्छा काम था आपका। इसमें बस क्या मैंने भी थोड़ी बहुत रिसर्च, मेरी पीएचडी गढ़वाल पे ही है। उस ज़माने में मैंने भी जाके डेटा इकट्ठा करे थे आपके होम स्टेज के इन 1999। सो इसमें आपने एक चीज़ आप उसमें और ऐड कर सकते थे, जो होम स्टेज हैं, गढ़वाल तो बहुत बड़ा है, कहाँ कहाँ पर है ये जो होम स्टेज, रिपीटेड होम स्टेज आपने बताए हैं, तो ऋषिकेश के हैं या किस एरिया के, बिकॉज द डिस्टेंस बिटवीन वन प्लेस टू अनदर प्लेस इज़ अराउंड 3 to 4 hours time, 2 to 3 hours time. If you go from the Haridwar to Deoprayag, if it is there, तो वहाँ पर रिपीटेड क्लाइंट्स हैं या कहाँ पर रिपीटेड क्लाइंट्स हैं, इसको भी अगर हिल्स स्टेशन में कर रहे हैं तो ये चीज़ को आप भी इंक्लूड करिए।
I'll do, sir.
I have a small, I need to understand this. Like, how did you figure this out? Because you, TripAdvisor पे जो content था.
Yes, sir. I want to show an image. There is an image here. Can you open that image? There is an image with this. So I'll just show him. So what we have done is that we have a text, suppose, and that I said that I will definitely go back. So that will be revisit positive intention. A code we have given. Yes. 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 In manual coding we do that. In the first level manual coding we do that. If it is explicitly says that I want to visit there again, it was a wonderful experience, I would definitely go back. So that is a revisit positive intention. If he says that never, please don't go to this place, then that means that he never wants to go that and he never wants anybody else to visit that place. So in that case revisit is neutral. Neutral, yes, in that case, yes. We have only taken positive ones because in FSQCA you can have as less as 10 samples. Yes, yes, yes. So we can see here that how we code qualitative data. This one that I have highlighted, it shows host attitude sociable. So you can see the icing on the cake, no doubt, was Preetham and Pallavi, along with their fantastic team, who go to any extent to make your stay experience memorable one. So we code this particular chunk as host attitude sociable. So this was the first level coding. Then we went to higher level codings in 3 rounds. So this is one sample for the reader, for the audience to understand. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to congratulate. It's a really good study.
Thank you.
Very good. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Further, we will have the presenters with their research papers through virtual mode. So, now we have Mr. Satish M., Assistant Lecturer, Institute of Hotel Management and Catering Technology, Bhopal, to come and present his paper on study of customer attitude shift in smart technology as a service for standard operations in hotel. He'll be with us through virtual mode. So Mr. Satish M will be joining us shortly. So now I would like to welcome Ms. Trupti Laghate, HOD, Housekeeping, Rizvi College of Arts, Science, Commerce, Department of Hospitality, Mumbai, to present the paper on change in customer or consumer behavioral pattern in selecting the 5-star hotel post COVID-19.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible, ma'am? Am I audible? Good afternoon. Am I audible? Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Ma'am, the screen is visible. You are audible. Yes, you are audible.
Thank you very much.
And it will be great if you can please turn on your video also. Ma'am, you are visible. Please share your PPT now again. Yes, ma'am, it's visible. If you can please put it on PPT mode, full screen.
That's right.
Thank you, ma'am. Done.
Very good afternoon to one and all present. Thank you, jury members, for your being patient listener and giving us valuable time. And thank you, IHM PUSA, for giving us wonderful platform for organizing this wonderful international conference on hospitality and tourism revival strategies organized by you. Myself, Trupti Laghate. So fasten your seat belts and I'll take you from Delhi to Mumbai. COVID-19 was unprecedented time for everyone, and the traffic, just a moment. The second wave, which hit everyone very badly and led to drop down in air passengers. The hotel occupancy rate, which was crossed about 50% in early 2021, came down to 18%. Consumer study or customer behavior is a study of actions of the consumers that drive them to buy and use certain products. This study is buying behavior is very important to understand the expectations of the customer so that hotels, 5-star hotels, can design their strategies accordingly. The customer behavior in selection the 5-star hotels would depend on largely 4 factors: the social factor, which is our family, the surrounding; psychological factor, which takes you, what makes you really motivates you to select the hotel; the cultural factor, which is our belief and values; and personal factors, which is our income, age group, and so on, what we start with. Hence, my objective is to observe the behavioral pattern in selecting 5-star hotels post-COVID-19. The review of literature as far as part is concerned, I've taken the references on website from Hotel Hyatt and Hotel Marriott, who believes in safety of the customers and well-being of the customer, as they have spoken about their commitment towards providing clean environment. Other reference was taken from Periodical Magazine and the Housekeeping Journal from online, and the research journal by Dr. S. Vaidiswaram M. and a blog from Mr. Sarma. This is part of it. The methodology that well-structured questionnaire was used as tool to collect the data and circulated about sample size of 25 to 30 response, where I received about 28 of them. Okay, they were all educators, hospitality industry professionals, and frequent travelers. After that, the responses were analyzed to achieve findings and conclusion, and the result is presented in figures of pie chart. Now, these are few strategies which are used by hotels nowadays, that use of technology, which is digital marketing tool, use of technology, what we have seen. So hotels are using electrostatic sprayers. They are using check-in, check-out procedure through mobile phones and QR codes, which are used, and various hotel apps for direct booking. The second, nobody is really going for a huge break. They are going for staycations in open spaces for a shorter period. The hotels are really putting efforts to retain their loyal customers, and they're also using virtual reality and augmented reality to make customer aware of how their rooms would be. So they find it easy to select the hotel. One of the important factor which nowadays hotels are stressing upon is how to train their employees, because if the hotel staff is well trained, they in turn take care of the customers. That's what they believe. And more use of contactless service, which is becoming more famous. As you can see that through mobile phone you can get inside the room. Now, customer expectations post. Now, these are some significant questions which were asked pertaining to the topic, that which of the following change in service of a guest room you expect as a revival strategy, where 57.1% said that they prefer contactless service. And beside that, they also prefer a gap between one customer leaving, 24 hours gap between one customer leaving and the next customer comes back. Also, they pay attention to hygiene and sanitization. The second part, which was asked on training, as I said earlier, and this was the result that most of them prefer, 53.6% suggested that if you train your employees, they will take care of future of your customer. Also, use of PP kit to be used and gloves, sanitizing areas. These were also some of the answer from other customers. Now, one of the question which I had asked was, do you think government policies designed for hotel can make a difference or to build up the confidence of the customer? Well, it was a little mixed answer which I received from them, that they feel that yes, government policies will help the hotels, five-star hotels, whereas a similar percentage said that it may make a difference. Very few percent, 14.3% said no, it will not make a difference. So I have as far as this research is concerned, that the result of this was very significant. Behavior of the customers were very happy, and the change that they are finding or they are experiencing, and hotels are using various strategies for it. The hotels also found it very difficult to build the trust, managing untrained staff or expectations of the customers. Every customer is different, as we know. So, selecting many hotels, the customers gave priority to cleanliness, hygiene, customer service, and safety precautions, followed by a post-COVID factor, which is there. So they are giving a lot of preference to cleanliness and hygiene. Now, this recommendation that I have, that if we the study on effective use of government policies related to hospitality industry. One is NIDHI, which is National Integrated Database for Hospitality Industry, which talks about accommodation availability all over India. And second is SATHI, which is System for Assessment and Awareness of Hospitality, where there's a quality council which talks about how much hygiene and sanitization is maintained in your hotel, which will help in, for the customers. The second area I suggest that operational revival strategies of the classified hotels in Mumbai city, which can focus upon departmental revival strategies. The departmentals are such as sales and marketing, or food and beverage, or housekeeping, or front office. So you take department-wise operation studies. Thank you very much to each one of you.
The room is open for questions.
Any questions?
You mic also able to listen if you have any questions.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Next in queue, we have Ms. Trupti Patole, research scholar, to present her review paper on impact of emotional intelligence of consumer in building a brand image, a literary review.
Ma'am, you
Good
are
afternoon,
good afternoon,
everyone.
ma'am. You are visible and audible. You can please share your PPT.
Sure, I'll do that.
Ma'am, your PPT is visible. If you can please share it on
So
full
I will
screen.
just
Yes.
is it on slideshow mode now?
Yes, ma'am. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, each one of you. I really appreciate and thank you, iChampusa, for giving us a virtual platform to present our papers. So here my topic for today's um, conference is impact of emotional intelligence of consumers. 1 minute, I'll just move my screen a little. Right. The title of my paper is Impact of Emotional Intelligence of Consumer in Building a Brand Image, Literature Review. I myself, Trupti Patole, along with my guide, Swati Sharma ma'am, we are presenting this paper. I'm sorry, the screen is just got stuck.
Ma'am, it's okay. You can minimize your screen. I mean, put it back on the slides. No need to put it on the
Slideshow mode.
slideshow. Yes, you can press
Okay.
escape.
I am pressing escape, but nothing is happening.
Ma'am, you can cross the PPT and again open it. It will be done.
Okay, ma'am. Yes. So I'll just keep it on PPT mode.
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Okay, thank you very much. So to start with the presentation, I would just like to start with an introduction. So first, let us understand what is emotional intelligence. It is the physical state of human being wherein they understand their own emotions and others. This particular concept was or came into picture or people try to understand when David Goldman has written a book, Emotional Intelligence, Why It Can Matter More Than IQ. But before 1995, there were two researchers who wrote a paper and presented, that is by Dr. D. Mayer and Peter Salovey. They written a paper and they put this concept that what is emotional intelligence. And then when David Goldman wrote a book on emotional intelligence in 1995, It was again one of the bestseller book, and the concept was understood by many people and industrialists. In this paper, we have jotted down, or we have set a sequence that how we go and understand whether EI is impacting the brand image. So if we look behind and understand the history of brand, we see the brand was in existence even 4,000 years ago. So this particular concept as a brand, as it was in existence 4,000 years ago in the Stone Age even, that time also the brand was used. Slowly it was in the Stone Age, then it went to on the cattle, wherein there was trade was happening for them. So this brand was in existence at that time even. So next we stepped into the consumer behavior, or who is a consumer basically. So consumer can be defined as a person who purchases goods and services for personal use. They are the user of product and provide valuable feedback about the product and services. Next concept and the definition we try to understand is what is consumer behavior. If we understand how it is related to emotional intelligence. So consumer behavior refers to the buying behavior of final consumers, individuals and households who buy goods and services for personal consumption. This particular definition is provided by Philip Kotler, and he also focused on the hierarchy, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, which says that every need of human being is related to satisfaction or dissatisfaction of other needs. So if a person or a consumer is dissatisfied with any product, he will definitely go ahead and find an option to get satisfied, and he will try find out which he is not got or he is not able to find in a previous product. So this emotion is a motive to purchase a product. Objective of the study is, this paper is to assess, one minute, I will just the impact of emotional intelligence of a consumer on developing brand image, and how brand image can be developed beyond name recognition by involving emotional intelligence. Methodology, I have gone ahead and reviewed various research journals and various websites. When I was reviewing various journals, I found few articles which are very useful related to the topic, and few of it I will just go ahead and mention over here. Like Daniel Goleman, Mayer, and Peter Salovey, they have mentioned, I have referred their research and their articles, wherein they say that EI helps in handling emotions effectively. So if a person is emotionally intelligent, the person can handle the situation effectively. So basically, you need to understand whether you are satisfied or dissatisfied. So if you are emotionally intelligent, you can find out that. That is what when Philip Kotler, he focused on hierarchy, Maslow's hierarchy chart or theory. In that particular theory related to the emotional intelligence and how consumer can behave when he, he has included the theory of Maslow's hierarchy in that particular definition. So Philip Kotler also has focused on that, as well as he also mentioned that consumer behavior, brand equity, and brand image these are the aspects that we have to go ahead and understand when we build the brand image. Author Helen Jackson researched on how consumers' loyalty plays an important role in success to create the foundation of trust of consumer. Dr. S. Ramarajan has done a research on history of brands, which we've included to understand what is a brand exactly, or how it has started, or who created and how it came into this world. Mr. Keller and Lasser, he has introduced a concept of customer-based brand equity.
Ma'am, 1 minute
So
left.
Sorry.
No, 1 minute is 1 minute is left.
Okay, sure. I'll just try to cover that up. And Mr. Kidwell Blair, he also found the research that consumers EI was found to generalize product-based decision making. This is bibliography that I have added in my PPT. Result and conclusion, the first conclusion that we found out through this research is um, that it is necessary for various organizations and companies to identify the needs and requirements of consumers. Emotional intelligence is a human state of mind which can be focused to build a reliable, approachable business. EI is the effective way to get customer reaction to to create memory in a consumer's mind, connect with sentiments, ultimately helps in developing brand loyalty. Organizations, companies find it profitable growth post creating an emotional connect with the product. EI will have an effect on purchase decisions. A consumer's emotions will direct him. I'm sorry.
If anyone has any questions, you may please ask on the mic.
Okay, yes.
Any questions? Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Ma'am, one question is there.
Yes, please.
Hello, Tripti.
Hello, ma'am.
Congratulations on taking up a very interesting, study. I find
Thank
it
you, ma'am.
lacking, adequate methodology. Research methodology is slightly not there, missing. Even if it is a review of literature, I find that EI, like using the terms like emotional intelligence and emotional branding together and getting confused. Like there are so many dimensions of emotional intelligence. So how
Yes,
did you
ma'am.
measure it? How did you, operationalize it? It's not clear from the conclusion, and I understand that you didn't get enough time to explain it, but the study is, the presentation today is lacking this. I just wanted
Okay,
to
ma'am.
point it out.
Definitely, ma'am. Sure, definitely. Next time I'll keep that in mind, ma'am.
But it is an interesting topic, and like a good study on this emotional branding topic is essentially needed. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the suggestion.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Since Mr. Satish M is unable to join us, we have come to the end of this technical session paper presentation. And now I would like to invite our honorable jury members to please come up on stage and enlighten us with their wise words. I would request Dr. Rashmi Singh to please come up on stage and enlighten us with her wise words.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, jury here present on the dais. And I see many senior people sitting there from the industry as well. Dear students, it is enlightening, and like for my own knowledge, I heard all the presentations, and starting from Diksha, Jyoti, Prakshit, Kunal, Gopinath, and 2 Triptis. We had like interesting session over here. I will just suggest that it needs more rigorous research methodology. Only few of the papers were having enough, credibility in form of the research rigor. And I think Bajpayee was hands-on first on that. So I congratulate Bajpayee. But that is my personal opinion, not the jury's opinion. I am not expressing right now, but I am getting, emotional seeing the presentations here. And it's a nice, relevant topic which has been taken up by IHM, and I congratulate all IHM faculty and people associated with it, along with Principal Mr. Pant. and everybody associated with it on organizing this international conference. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I would request Mr. Anand Kumar Singh, Principal, IHM Bhopal, to present the memento to Dr. Rashmi Singh. Give a huge round of applause. I would request Dr. Sonia Sharma to come up on the stage and share her thoughts with us.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to congratulate the organizing committee members, Principal Sir, Mr. Pant, for organizing such a wonderful 3 days international conference. And see, this type of conferences, it gives the opportunity for the researchers, for the faculty member of the IHMs to share their views. Like in this session, there were 7 presentations. Like 1 or 2 papers were really very good, like Rashmi ma'am just said. But this is how we encourage our faculty members, our researchers to come out, to share their opinions. Many of us have given the suggestions also. There were good suggestions from the audience, like many senior people, principals, and other delegates are there. So this is how we encourage the research. Because we have seen, like, I am representing IGNO here. So this batch, when we have given the opportunity to PhD program, when we advertised our PhD program, out of 7, 6 our PhD scholars, they are from IHMs. So it is really good. Like last year also, like I think 3 years back, when we opened our PhD program, most of our research scholars from the IHMs, they were the faculty of the IHMs. This is really good. Like IHMs are encouraging their faculty members to go for the PhD programs. They are organizing such type of conferences to encourage the research, and that is the need of the hour. Because as per new NEP, like new education policy, we have seen if we will go for the 4-year this hotel management program, the 4th year will focus on purely on the research. So there is a need to encourage more and more students, faculty members to go further in the research. So thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me and for overall this thing. And one more compliment for this thing. Since morning, the day I entered the IHM, from then, since like it's going to be evening now, I must appreciate each and every member, even all the faculty members, students. They are like when we were having lunch, right from the beginning, ma'am and Dr. Anshu ma'am, such a senior faculty, they all are standing like they are. It's a good example of the hospitality. This is how they are serving right from the beginning. I must congratulate you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I would request Mr. Anand Kumar Singh, Principal, IHM Bhopal, to present the memento to Dr. Sonia Sharma. Please give a huge round of applause. I request Ms. Rajneet Kohli to please come up on the stage and share her words of wisdom.
Good afternoon, one and all. Thank you very much for having me here this afternoon. And thank you, Mr. Pant, for giving me the opportunity to be here today. And it is one of my first conferences since I joined the IHM faculty. To be able to come here at PUSA, where I actually got recruited to do an IHM Goa and go and do my IHM when I did it back then. And this part of research, which is also a very important part and which I always inculcate in my students as well, that give it all your best. If you really want to do research, you should give it by the heart and take on the main subject of research is to find what is really lacking and what we really need to do for the society and what we need to do for our industry so that we can get the best out of our research. I mean, just an overview of something which has already been done does not give the exact requirement what we really need to go forward and do. I mean, I in my day, I'm not yet a doctor. I don't know whether I would land up doing my PhD at some point of time. I haven't yet had my time, but I have done a little bit of research when it comes to food, so I enjoy that, and that is my passion. So hopefully when I write my paper, it will be something to do with, you know, actually inventing something new or creating something new, patenting something, which is still a shortcoming in a lot in this part of India specifically. We do not really patent a lot of things. So research requires our hospitality industry to go into that and actually start patenting some products coming out of us. And we have a lot of chefs around, we have a lot of F&B people around, and even the housekeeping. But because patenting is not such a big thing in India yet, which we really need as researchers, I don't know who all are there who can help us do this, but I think we really need to grow on that too. And that is a new growth area that we should all focus on. And thank you very much. I was very happy to be here today. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I would request Mr. Sharad Nautiyal, Consultant, NEP, NCHMCT, to present the memento to Ms. Rajneet Kohli. Please give a huge round of applause. I request Professor Dr. Nimit Ranjan Chaudhary to please come up on the stage and share his words with us.
Colleagues on the jury, colleagues in the audience, researchers, students, a very good evening to all of you. First and foremost, let me take this opportunity to place on record my appreciation for my good friend Kamal Pantji and the entire organizing team for having allowed me this opportunity to be here this evening, listening to the young researchers and talking and interacting with many of you. So thank you very much for that. I've been part of this IHM, IITTM family for a long time, and I'm looking at this opportunity from two perspectives. One is looking at it from a macro perspective. Research in tourism and hospitality have been a late starter in India, in at least the academia. Hospitality research more so. But you know, looking at the kind of efforts that Pant Saab and other colleagues from different IHMs are putting into this, is clearly visible that they are committed to, you know, improving the state and contributing to the improvement in the state of research in hospitality in India. And from a micro perspective, we got an opportunity to listen to, I think, around 7 presenters. I must congratulate all of them for mustering courage to be here, you know, trying to organize their ideas, their research thoughts, come all the way and make a presentation. Definitely we understand some of them were more impactful. Some others definitely had an opportunity to learn from others, and believe this kind of an opportunity would be used by all of us to listen to other colleagues, you know, have more ideas, interact, partner with the young researchers from different universities and different institutes. And I believe that this conference will have a lasting impact. Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I would request Mr. Sharad Nautiyal, Consultant, NEP, NCHMCT, to please present the memento to Professor Dr. Nimit Ranjan Chaudhary.
Now we will be felicitating our presenters.
I request Dr. Rashmi Singh to give certificate to Ms. Diksha. Please give a huge round of applause. Dr. Sonia Sharma to Ms. Jyoti Thakur. Please give a huge round of applause. Ms. Ranjit Kohli to Mr. Prekshit Malik. Professor Dr. Nimit Ranjan Chaudhary to Mr. Kunal Sen. Please give a huge round of applause. Dr. Rashmi Singh to Gopinath Vajpayee. Please give a huge round of applause. The certificates will be posted to the online presenters. Thank you.
The end of one chapter is just the beginning of another. I hope you must have savored each moment of the proceeding to the fullest. With that note, we have come to the end of our first technical session. We sincerely wish to meet you all in the second technical session on organizational behavior or human resource management in the auditorium after 15 minutes with renewed vigor and interest.
Till then, I request all the dignitaries to join us for the tea in the conference room. Thank you. I request you all. Good evening all. I, Palak Gupta,
And I, Pranvat Singh,
welcome you all to our second technical session of the second International Conference 2022 on Hospitality and Tourism Revival Strategies. In our previous session, we had a very insightful and commendable session with our praiseworthy and admirable dignitaries on customer behavior and brand image. This session will focus on organizational behavior on human resource management.
the session is to be chaired by our honorable jury members. Mr. Ram Kailash Bicha, Principal Nepal Academy of Tourism and Hotel Management. Shri Arga Chakravarti, Principal IHM Gurdaspur. Dr. Anand Kumar Singh, Principal IHM Bhopal. On that note, I would like to take the golden opportunity to welcome our honorable jury members. I would request Dr. Mamta Bhatnagar to welcome Ram Kailash Bicha.
I would request Dr. De to welcome Shri Arga Chakravarti. I would request Ms. Ranjit Kohli to welcome Dr. Anand Kumar Singh. To start off the session, we have Mr. Anupam Dhondiyal, research scholar, to present his paper on impact of training on employee satisfaction and change management.
Respected members of the jury and my dear friends, today I am here to present a paper on impact of training on employee satisfaction and change management, and it's a pragmatic study with a specific reference to the employees working in the luxury hotels of Mumbai. As we all know, hotel industry is bouncing back to pre-pandemic levels sooner than expected. Although it's a pleasant news for industry, but at the same time it's presenting a challenge in front of the hotels, that is to retain the challenge and to brace the people or to make them ready for the changes, because change is inevitable and it has to come in the industry. So the objective of my study is focused on influence of training towards employee satisfaction, impact of training towards change management in hotel industry, and effect of employee satisfaction on change management. So the model of the study is like three objectives, like training and employee satisfaction, training and change management, and job employee satisfaction and change management. On the basis of three objectives, we have derived three hypotheses. That is, there is a significant relationship between training and employee satisfaction, similarly training and change management, and there is a relationship between change management and employee satisfaction. So for the first hypothesis, 3 factors were identified. That is, the training can have an impact on rewards, nature of works, supervision, benefits, work environment, and co-workers. And the change management, 6 factors identified were strategic success, technological changes, effective systematic plan, communication, environment of change, and change management. And then these 6 factors of each hypothesis were further put into tools to find out the impact of these 2 factors on each other. 6 constructs, like for that questionnaire was designed. Similarly, like with training, I have got chances of increase in salaries. With good training, I am enjoying my work. That way, all 6 factors were further developed into 6 questions. Tools applied were for hypothesis 1 and 2, Pearson correlation, and for hypothesis 3 was ANOVA, compared mean one-way ANOVA. The research design, a quantitative approach, data analysis were attempted to validate the hypothesis. Reliability of data was ascertained by Cronbach's alpha. Locale was luxury hotels of the city of Mumbai. 16 hotels were approached for the sampling, and total 165 samples were taken of the people working in operational department of the hotels. We have taken, to make the study simple, only 4 operational department: housekeeping, front office, food production, and F&B service was taken. And the software used was SPSS. As far as review of literature is concerned, Schumacher study in 2007, he identified the factors and constructs of workplace training and job satisfaction. Many factors were taken for the study from that paper. And Noor's paper 2021, change management and training, that was also taken into consideration while constructing the factors. As far as frequency of data is concerned, we have got fair data from all the demographic profiles related to sex, departments, experience, qualification, hierarchy, and ownership pattern of the hotels. Cronbach's alpha, as you all know, determines the internal consistency of the data, how strong is the data, and if it is perfect one, it is not considered to be fit for the study. And 0.5 to 0.7, I think 0.67 to 0.9 is considered good for the study. For this study, 0.7 was the value of the data. And correlation value, when data was put into the tools for hypothesis 1, Pearson correlation for all the values were more than 0.5, and the significance value was less than 0.05. That means that null hypotheses were rejected for hypothesis 1 and 2. For hypothesis 3, one-way ANOVA was considered. For that, F value is considered to be more than 1. It is to be considered like null hypothesis rejected. Here it was like in 90s, 92. So it was strongly supporting the alternate hypothesis. Discussions and results. Training was found to be helpful to maintain cordial relationship with co-workers, which adds to employee satisfaction and facilitate change management. Rewards and work environment were important to enhance employee satisfaction, whereas communication and technological changes also moderated the change management. The uneven distribution of data sets of PP plot for hypothesis 1, it was very uneven, because it was later found out that ownership pattern made a difference. The individual ownership, they have that impact of training was seen less over there. It was best for multinational hotels, followed by Indian chain hotels, and then franchisee with multinational hotels. And for Indian standalone hotel, it was found to be, people there, they think that training is an off-season activity. So it was because of that. The study showed that reward has a strong correlation with the strategic success and communication, whereas it was a weak for effective systematic plan, technological changes, and environment for change. That means rewards were not strongly supporting the change management. Nature of work shared a strong relationship with technological changes and strategic success. It was moderate to communication. Supervision has a moderate correlation with the strategic success, technological changes, and change management, and a weak relationship with the rest of the factors. Benefits illustrated very strong relationship with the strategic success, but was weak for other factors. Work environment was found to have a strong relationship with strategic success, technological changes, effective systematic plan, environment for change, and weak for communication and change management. And a very interesting finding was that co-worker has a very strong correlation with change management. That means if organizations want to bring in changes in their organization, rather than giving reward and taking it for granted that change will come or the changes they are expecting will be adopted, a strong worker correlation had a strong impact on change management. Recommendation: based on the outcome of the study, the personal interaction with the respondents, following recommendations are drawn. Respondents were open to safety training and eager to adopt COVID protocols. Respondents were least convinced that training helped them in getting fair salary and benefits. The management of the hotel can draft strategies towards its mitigation. Training has mediating effect towards technological changes, and support from co-workers was found to be effective tool towards change management. Hotel should ensure an effective communication system in place amongst all rank to facilitate change management, effective implementation of SOPs. Most respondents of 2.5-year diploma or lesser qualification were of the opinion that maximum training resources were kept aside for 3 years degree or diploma holders. They felt left out. Management can take due diligence to tackle this issue. Respondents from Indian standalone hotels were of the opinion that management considers training as a slack season activity. As per them, active participation from departmental managers and regular training based SOPs can improve the situation. Even daily briefing can be a very good training tool for departmental managers. It is suggested that hotels shall conduct employee satisfaction audits on regular, either with their own internal system or with the help of outside agencies. That's all from my side. Thank you very much.
The stage is open for questions.
Thank you. Anubhamji, I have, first of all, obviously this is a study which has been done repeatedly through literature review. You must have found a lot of material into it. I'm sure you must have done a literature survey.
Yes.
Just one, I have 2 questions. One, what was your methodology of sample collection? How did you reach to the employee?
Right.
You have 165 samples
Right.
out of 16 hotels in Mumbai, right?
Right.
Based on the pattern of hotels you selected.
Right, sir.
So, question number 1 is, what is the pattern? How did you? What is the element you chose in setting up the right pattern for this survey? So that, was it heterogeneous? 1. Second, is that what was the method of sample collection?
Yes, sir. Sir, questionnaire was defined, made in Google form. It was sent, but never received much of the data. Been in Mumbai for last 22 years. I was executive chef with one of the hotel there for 8 years, and last 10 years I am dean of a college. So it was easy for me to connect with the people, HR managers as well as training managers. So I went with physical, black and white. I have just collected it.
It's a common problem.
Right.
Okay. What is the way forward? What is the way forward for further research in this?
Sir, I think standalone Indian hotels have got much scope towards training functions. They can involve operational managers in this. One of the staff management trainee was telling me, sir, why can't we have logbook for training in departments? Like we have got departments logbooks, wherein a small module every day during daily briefings can be taught to the staff. So that way little efforts from everybody can improve the atmosphere.
Okay, thank you.
Congratulations, Mr. Dondial. It's
Thank you, sir.
fantastic presentation. I just have one query about it. You have done you're relating the training is resulting in rewards and rewards are resulting in satisfaction.
Right.
That means we are categorically, I mean, have you tried assessing the training, assessment of training? Have you used that particular part? Like there are two kind of assessments, no? Normative and formative.
Right.
Have you touched that area that this training is done and what is the assessment part of it?
No, sir, not
Okay.
not possible
Fair
only.
enough.
Right.
Not at all. Thank
Right,
you.
sir. Thank you, sir.
Any further questions?
Very good study, very well presented concisely.
Thank you, sir.
I go back to one of the things your findings were that junior people, especially not 3-year diploma and so on, seem to be looking at training ki what's in it for me. यानी कि इसका फायदा क्या हुआ? Going back to the days when they had to sit and memorize for exam in school, college, that's their association of training. How do we address this issue that if you don't get a promotion today, but it's building you up for future career mobility and so on? How do we convey that message to
Sir, it's
lower level people?
like creating an environment wherein everybody wants to learn, and co-worker support is very effective in it. So that may help the cause, sir.
May I?
Yes, please.
Very good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I think this session has a more towards the changes before COVID and after COVID.
Right.
So, in your study, did you consider earlier the studies were there which were different, and after the COVID, what all aspects you included in your study?
So it
or
was
changed?
change management only with readiness for change. So like change, whether it's for good and bad, bounds to get some oppositions. But here it was more like people are more adaptive to changes now. So it was only based on review of literature, I can say, because it is out of the preview of my study what you are asking, sir. So I cannot comment on it. Like before COVID, I have never conducted any study like that.
So did they ask there how we can compare
Right.
ki what all changes were earlier and now they are being not considered or considered?
Sir,
for
it's a
your study?
change management by itself. And people were like, they were while interviewing them, they were saying that they are eager to learn COVID protocols, hygiene and sanitation, whatever to be followed. That way, that much thing can be covered in it. It was covered like. As far as
Change is in all sections. I mean,
Yes.
it's environmental, technical, social, commercial, financial.
Right.
But these all factors are affecting the reward and training, everything. It should be included in that.
Sir, it was beyond the scope of my paper because it was only concerned to the operational department of the hotel.
Okay. Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry, can I get your name, sir?
R.K. Verma.
वर्मा जी ऐसा है आपने एक डायमेंशन खोल दिया है जो स्कोप में नहीं था, बट आई नॉट टॉकिंग ऑन हिज बिहाफ, बट इट इज़ अ वेरी थॉट प्रोवोकिंग वन. इनफैक्ट कोई हंसने वाली बात नहीं है, क्योंकि अब क्या है, हर जितने भी टॉपिक है, जो भी टॉपिक टाइटल है, अब उसमें वी हैव टू इंसर्ट पोस्ट कोविड प्री कोविड, पोस्ट कोविड प्री कोविड. अब बच्चे ये डिलेमा है वेदर द टाइम फ्रेम. अब कोविड का भी कोई इफेक्ट, लिंगरिंग इफेक्ट है, ऐसा कोई नहीं कि इतना एक्स डेट से उसने बंद कर दिया. सी द कोविड हैज़ नॉट, the post COVID, it is very difficult. So it's very in a dynamic kind of state. So definitely all the paper presenters will have these kind of challenges. आप
Yeah.
समझ सकते हो मैं
Right.
क्या बोल रहा चाहता हूँ.
It has to be included in
अब
every.
हर टाइटल में हम पोस्ट कोविड प्री कोविड ब्रैकेट में नहीं डाल सकते.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Next in queue, we have Mr. Kapilesh Mangal, Assistant Professor, Institute of Hotel Management, MGM University, Aurangabad, to present his paper on minutely analyzing role of motivation and its impact on the work performance of the employees, a crucial factor for a desired organizational behavior.
Good evening, everybody, the jury members and all the dignitaries sitting over here. My topic is today minutely analyzing the role of motivation and its impact on the work performance of an employee, a crucial factor for a desired organizational behavior. To understand this, we'll just take a minute to understand the definition of a motivation. It's a process that initiates, guides, and maintains goal-oriented behaviors in an employee. These goal-oriented behaviors, based on the motivation level of employees in a set organizational environment, is termed as organizational behavior. It's very important for an organization to flourish, to reach its goal, is that the team which is there are highly motivated and they are working towards the common goal. This study would primarily focus on the motivation of hotel employees to perform their day-to-day activities and to analyze the factors which tries them to perform better or pull them back to give their best to their respective jobs. It shall bridge the gap between the employees and the management to know the factors which would motivate their employees to perform at their best always and to achieve the organizational goals. For the review, employee motivation shall be defined by Robbins as the willingness to exert high level of efforts towards organizational goals. There are two things which are mentioned over here. The first is willingness and then is exerting. First thing which is required is the willingness to work. Then and then only you can train a person or you can train the staff to work according to their requirements. If willingness is not there, no matter how much you train, the staff is going to perform to their own capabilities only. This study desires to provide practitioners in the hotel industry the ability to recognize motivators for these different employment groups and their relationship to the organizational commitments. The next purpose of the study is to provide practitioners in the hotel industry an analysis of employee motivation and the level of organizational commitment. After formulating a thorough research review, a questionnaire was assembled. The sample was collected from ITC Hotel Rama International, Aurangabad, wherein 54 employees from the core operational departments, that is food production, F&B service, housekeeping and front office, gave their review. The samples were collected in person. So with these 44 employees, one-to-one interaction had happened and the feedback was taken. The objectives were to understand the thought process of the employees in regards to the management. What do they think about the management? What changes do they expect? What they expect, whether they are getting that or no. To understand the factors which motivates them. Are these factors intrinsic or extrinsic in nature? To understand how a culture of the organization influences the organizational behavior. As we just discussed about the work environment. If the environment is good, how is the motivation level? If the environment is not to your standards, how do you get demotivated by it? To study these points, an empirical study was done. This study also focused on understanding the reward system and policies of the organization. Methodology, as I've just discussed back, the questionnaire was prepared, which was filled by 54 employees, and before getting to finalize the questionnaire, detailed meetings were happened with the departmental managers. In this feedbacks, the head of the managers were not taken and the supervisors. The people who are working at the floor were considered to fill the forms, fill the questionnaires. Now what motivates an employee after the feedback analysis was done is empowerment. Employees who feel that they are empowered, they are listened to, they are involved in the decision-making process of the department, they are allowed to speak in the daily meetings, they feel that we are empowered and they feel motivated by the small activities. Creativity and innovation. Second point, what came arise, normally this came when I was talking to the kitchen department, the food production staff, and I was talking with them. They said that when we are told to create new dishes, when this shift is done from the top management to the middle management, from middle to the lower management, that you create and initiate a new product and introduce something new in the menu or to serve to the guest. That shift of creativity, that shift of innovation from the top to the middle management, that motivates an employee because that shows the trust of higher management in their employees. Next motivation factor comes is quality of life. Quality of life here means the number of working hours. We always complain about the working hours in the industry. So how they can be compensating with it. If I have to take a day off, and if it's a weekend, we all know what the situation will be. So how this can be compensated, I can be getting a day off. The one point which came off as condensed week hours. For example, if I have to work 8 hours in a day, can I be compensated if I work 10 hours for like 5 consecutive days, and I can be getting a day off on a day which I am trying to get. So that kind of policies can be established depending upon the HR managers or the senior management if they agree to it, but this was what the feedback was from the employees. Healthcare and life insurance. The next strategy was providing health insurance, which is again a mandatory part now, along with a life insurance package which can be extending to their immediate family. Next is employee stock ownership plan. This particular property where I had done my research, ITC Welcome Group, what they do was, in their annual appraisals, if an employee has performed exceptionally well, they give their stocks to them. They make them the partners in their organization. They give them equities. Next is monetary incentives. If they have performed well, if they have reached their key result areas, they have achieved their targets, monetary benefits are given to them. Apart from that, there are other incentives. These other incentives includes trainings, developments, a week off, a letter of appreciation, a pat on the back. That all small things, they do motivate them. So questionnaire which included almost 20 to 22 questions. This is the review of that. In this sample, the employees who were working with the organization from 2 years till 15 years were considered. So the years of service of the employees in organization, if they have to extend, interest of top management and motivating the employees, nature of incentive that motivates employees the maximum, influence of incentives on the work performance of the employees, recognition and appreciation of employees' work, factors that motivates an employee the most. As part of the result and discussion, in the discussion what came across was majority of the employees, maybe they knew the result may be shared, they did not want it to go again. They shared that we are very much happy with the work environment over there. They had one opinion was open forums can be arranged, which is there in my recommendation part also. Top management gives a chance to employees to express their views in the monthly review meeting, but these are departmental review meetings. It's not a common meeting where all production, housekeeping, and all 4 departments are sitting together and contributing their opinions. Job security is the highest motivation factor. And this has come majorly after post-pandemic, wherein they are quite serious about their job security. They don't know whether today I am there, tomorrow what will be the scenario. There is participation of employee in departmental decision making, giving them a sense of ownership and their duties and responsibilities. There is equal participation in work. Awards are the highly rated approaches that motivates employee, and they get it at regular intervals. As part of recommendation, having an open forum discussion with staff on quarterly basis minimum, where they can share their views, opinions. Majority of the people said that even if we are heard in the meetings, even if we are allowed to speak, are allowed to express our opinions, they feel that okay, we are heard about. Whether to take a decision on it or no remains with the top management. Giving appreciation letters for a job done well, giving incentive to the employees, investing in the employees' training and development or their formal education. Just now we were discussing about 2.5 years program or a 3 years degree program or 3 years diploma program. There are certain institutions who are available who can provide such bridge courses which these employees can take care of. Thank you.
The stage is open for questions.
Kapileshwar,
Sir.
Anyway, this topic, at least I personally did a lot of literature study on this. You have done it, obviously. It is a very, it had been a it has been well researched on various facets, but and particularly the motivational aspects. The common motivational tools, what you said, has been applied there, employee stock option, or say whatever, the engagement of the employees. All these are already in practice by the most of the HR team of the hotels. My question is, see, I came across, it is a suggestion rather not a question. Of course, with the sample size of 54 employees of one particular set of hotels, which also belongs to the Welcome Group, and you said they are using it, you being the past employee of the organization, as you said so, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
as a trainee.
So whatever. So that means you have addressed the issue with a preconceived kind of mindset, and you thought that the hotel, actually ITC Group, is one which is isolated in its features, in these kind of motivational tools which they apply. My point is just a question which crops up in my mind. Why didn't you had across 2-3 sets of hotel? In future, think of it. Yes,
Just to
you
answer
answer
this,
it. Yes, please.
For my particular study, I was trying to take samples from other set of hotels also, but as post-pandemic had happened, I was denied to talk to their employees for this particular section as I was doing my research, because their appraisals were pending. So they were aware about it that I may get a negative review about their hotel.
Okay.
So
For
that was the
this,
reason.
I have a suggestion for you. Just see it if you do it in future. I came across one of the research paper where, in fact, this was a big challenge, because this we tried in some sets of hotels in Amritsar. So one of ideas came up from, in fact, it came up from the hotel side. I said, your researchers, आपके researchers, when they frame questionnaire, they don't engage us. Now the question is, obviously you have your preconceived set of mind and you set the questionnaire. Now why don't you have a collective effort? Thereby there is no bias, in the sense nobody knows what is going to respond. But when you frame the questionnaire, have the participation of the both management and the employee, so that will help you to overcome or reduce the gap. You can try this, because setting
Absolutely.
questionnaire is your prerogative.
Absolutely.
That's my advice.
Absolutely,
you can
I'll
try.
be taking care of it.
You have understood, I hope. So
Absolutely.
that you yourself have been talking about the gap. So that gap can be reduced much better.
Certainly, sir.
Thank you. Any of the questions?
Good afternoon, Kapilesh.
Good afternoon, sir.
It's a good presentation. What was your population size?
I've taken sample for 54 employees.
54.
I was only allowed to take the feedback from the employees who are on the rolls, not the contractual employees.
And the questionnaire you distributed, in which level of the staffs are there?
Like I can say, the stewards, the captains, senior captains, Commie 1, 2, 3, not the CDPs, the GRAs, guest room attendants.
It's
or
a
the
lowest,
reception.
most likely.
Yeah.
Not the supervisor level.
Not really, sir.
Okay. Then the points you recommend that ones about the empowerments, other things. Is it important, or it's a part of that ones for the motivational factor for the lower level staffs, empowerments, creativeness, all the things which you develop that ones?
Sir, I personally feel, let's say if I'm coming here and giving a presentation on my topic, I need to feel motivated myself. So the higher management, the middle management, or the CDPs, they are already, if we have to give a task, we have to give it to them. But I personally feel if I involve the lower management into this particular activity, if I have to design a new mocktail, So instead of asking the senior bartender, if I ask a newbie or a trainee to design something and just serve, the motivation level from there can raise up. The way he will look at his job will change. That okay, I've been entrusted, and I've been given a task. When I was a trainee myself, I was asked by my executive chef to prepare a pasta and serve it to me. He was the first person to call me a chef, first of all, when I was a trainee. So that individual thing that motivated me.
Thank you.
Sir.
You could have designed the title that way. In what the point he raised,
Sir.
you said it is impact on the work performance and an employee. You could have said an frontline employee, or not an, sorry,
Frontline employees.
on frontline employees. So it would have been more specific.
More
That's
specific.
what you meant, right?
Right, sir.
Just a small observation.
Sir.
I think you have to concise your objectives. You have kept too many objectives, and that will create some kind of a confusion in overall your research. And I think the same objectives you can reframe, and you can reduce the number of objectives. I think that will really help you in your research.
Right, sir.
God bless.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
Namaste, sir. So first and foremost, I would like to slightly and humbly point out here that in your topic, you were wanting to discuss about the frontline employees, but where was it anywhere restricted to only 5-star hotels?
I had taken only one 5-star hotels of my particular city, Aurangabad, from
So,
where I belong.
let's just say that
I have particularly went to the ITC group itself, where I have been a trainee, or I as an educational institution have a very close connect with them.
So let's in employee motivation. It's very I would not say very easy, but it's lesser difficult, I would say, for a huge organization such as a 5-star hotel to work on these aspects, as they have access to more resources and other kinds of they have huge margins, I would say. Now compare that to a smaller organization on a smaller scale, be it an entrepreneurial organization. What would be your suggestions to the same level of employee motivation management for a small organization? So like, who would not be having so many access, who might not have the access of giving them stock options or other monetary investments? Like you very well stated about the other incentives, like a pat on the back or other kind of positive work environments. But apart from that, like, how can we actually make them feel special and valued?
See, if I am talking about a startup, as you said, like for example, there's an entrepreneurial who was doing a startup. So if somebody is doing a great job, I can make some kind of partnership can be definitely given 5% stake or 7% stake into the business. If you understand that as a frontline businessman, is my new chef who has just joined in, I will definitely do that, because that is the person who's bringing in the business to my organization.
Ji, sir.
Because the concept of motivation remains the same. How and up to what extent it has to be implemented depends upon the management. As you said, it's very easy at the 5-star hotels. It's really not.
I understand.
It's
sir,
really
but
not,
they have
because
actually,
the policies are all there. The implementation plan is always there on the paper.
So
the implementation of it is what it matters.
Understood, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Have a good day.
Saras.
You talked about inclusivity or empowering lower level employees. So my question is to you, and actually to previous people also who talked about OYO and hotels at the lower end of the spectrum. When you cite lit review, right, it's all coming from English journals. The scales are all coming from journals written in English. What effort have you made, if any, to translate this survey into Hindi or languages which can be understood by the respondent?
So I made my questionnaire in a vernacular language also.
Oh, very good. Yeah, that's what I'm
I
asking.
prepared it in Marathi also.
Yeah.
So because the reason was they should understand, and then only,
Right.
and for each respondent,
Yeah.
10 minutes minimum has been given them to understand what the question means. Then and then only they were given the time to fill it and give it to me.
Excellent. I would say a very good job on that.
Yeah, a small question. One thing, to motivate a person, the data of 50.
I agree to it, sir.
To every individual has different level of mind and frame of mind. So you cannot say, okay, the lower level and the higher level and the middle level they need same type of motivation. There are two things. One is I'm acting as a motivator. Two,
Correct.
I don't know what you have considered. Ki if you motivate a person, the performance increases. So I don't know which side you have taken into your,
As I
studies.
mentioned earlier, sir, the frontline workers were, as we said, the stewards, the senior captains, the order takers. I'm not considering the restaurant managers over here. If I'm talking about F&B service, if I'm talking about kitchen, anybody who is below CDP, the Commie 3, 2, 1, the bus boys, the trainees, I've spoken to them because they are the people who are actually on the floor and working. If I'm going to a restaurant, I'm not going to give an order to the restaurant manager. I'm going to speak to a steward or the order taker. He is the person who's making my business, who's breaking my business. So his mindset at the duty at that time will reflect what the guest will take away from a restaurant. So if he's not in the correct mindset, so that is going to affect my brand, my business. So I have to make sure about that. There may be a small reason. He may having his child's birthday at home. He may be expecting a work day off, which it was very easy to give. So that is all small petty things what we are considering here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now we have Mr. Sujay Vikram Singh, Senior Research Fellow, Department of History of Art and Tourism Management, Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi, to present their paper on analysis of occupational stress and impact on the employee performance in Hotel of Varanasi.
Good evening, everyone. I first of all would like to take this opportunity to introduce myself. I am Sujay Vikram Singh, Senior Research Fellow, Banaras Hindu University. Today I will be presenting on analysis of occupational stress and its impact on employee performance in the Hotel of Varanasi. Basically, I am a thorough researcher in hospitality industry, and basically I am conducting this study, basically my series of works, and this paper is a part of my series. This is one basic paper. The data has been collected around from last 4 years, and this I'm collecting the data and accordingly analyzing from 2018, March 2018 to 22. I have analyzed. There are certain portions which I have touched on pre-pandemic and post-pandemic context also. Those will be in my future part of the series as well. Starting with the basic concept of the stress. Hans Selye, who is known as the father of stress, defines stress as the non-specific response of the body to any demand that made on it. In the recent time, the stress has been used to describe the adverse situation frequently. This notion has led people to believe that stress is only negative prospect. However, that is not true. According to Selye, which is again considered as the father of stress, this is basically person adaptive response to any stimulus that places excessive demands. Hence, the idea of positive stress, that is eustress, and negative stress, which is distress, was introduced. Coming to introducing my topic, I am working on occupational stress. This is one of the significant health hazards of modern time in our hotel industry. Irregular working of hotel shifts, shift job, role ambiguity, constraint in salary reward or other perks, sometime interpersonal relations, steady career development, or any other responsibility, they may affect the occupational stress. Hence, I came to the background. My study context is in the area of Varanasi. It has an abundance of hotels that have been handling demand of both Indian and foreign guests. As a result, the staff who works in the Varanasi hotel faces severe hardships that reduce overall performance, and it results in occupational stress for all the sides. Basically, demand and supply, both the sides, the stress is felt by the employees. Hence, the study was undertaken in the context of selected Varanasi hotels, employees' viewpoint, obtaining employee viewpoint, and how they perceive occupational stress and how does it impact their performance. I will be jumping on to the review of literature. Basically, these are the constructs which have been supported by various academic vigor. The constructs which I explained were stress, role ambiguity, and employee performance, how they are affected, workload, interpersonal relations, career development, external responsibilities, and how the overall occupational stress, it impacts the employee performance. Talking about my research model, I have mentioned 5 factors which we were found in the place in the context of Varanasi hotels. We found 5 hotels. The first was role ambiguity, second was workload, third was interpersonal relations, 4 was career development, 5th was external responsibility. These overall lead to the employee performance, and these 5 factors led to my hypothesis development of 5 hypothesis development. That is, role ambiguity has significant impact on employee performance, workload has significant impact on employee performance, interpersonal, career development, and external responsibility have significant impact on employee performance. Coming on to the research objective, my objective was threefold in this particular context. First was to explore the antecedents of occupational stress from the demographic perspective of hotel employees in Varanasi. Second was to examine the impact of antecedent on hotel employee performance. Third was to determine the relationship between occupational stress and how the employee performance are affected in the context of Varanasi hotels. Coming on to my research methodology, there was a positive deductivism approach which was undertaken in this study. My research design was exploratory cum descriptive because it contains both explore the concept as well as test the hypothesis. That's why exploratory cum descriptive research design was taken. Quantitative research method was taken. A questionnaire was developed. Pilot study of 28 samples were undertaken to assess the reliability of attributes. The mode was email. Few questionnaires were filled through online mode. However, researcher personally visited as well to the employees, which are not mentioned here. I apologize for that. Software R4.2.1 software were used for this study. 7-point Likert scale instrument was developed to get the answer. Content validity. The questionnaire was written in English and then it was translated to Hindi with validation from expert as suggested from the previous studies. Sampling unit, hotels and sample size was 279 employees as the research is being conducted from 4 years. Sampling areas was employees working in the selected hotels of Varanasi. The approach was non-probability purposive sample. The purpose was at least 6 months of experience in the star or heritage category hotel were taken to this study. Here is a demographic detail of my respondents. I would like to go fast. So coming on to my analysis part. Reliability test was conducted to measure internal consistency through Cronbach alpha. The value of all items exceeded were exceeding value 0.60, indicating construct development of occupational stress, that is role ambiguity, workload, interpersonal relationship, career development, and external responsibilities. For sampling advocacy, KMO test was applied with the value of 0.852, which is greater than 0.5. Principal component analysis and varimax rotation were used, and eigenvalue greater than 1 was extracted in this method. And the 5 factors were extracted, contributing 61.915 of the total variance. Discussing about the study further went with multiple regression analysis. The study estimated linear relationship between multiple independent and dependent variable through multiple regression analysis. After that, adjusted R square was calculated was 0.627. The model explained 62.7% variability of employee performance as a dependent variable, which was explained by 5 independent variables. I come to the equation of multiple regression analysis. Here is a equation. Coming to the result from hypothesis, I have come out with the 6 hypotheses. All were supported in statements suggesting that these all 5 factors were having the positive relationship or the negative relationship with employee performance. Talking about the major findings, 5 antecedents for occupational stress were based on admissible range of eigenvalues that contributed to 61.915% of the total variance. The result from multiple regression analysis stated 62.7% variability of employee performance as dependent variables. The result from correlation analysis explained that role ambiguity, workload, and external responsibilities were negatively correlated, and external responsibility and career development positively correlated with employee performance. Coming to the suggestions, the study supports the adoption of survey questionnaire. This study was basically adopted from model of Wong King, who conducted a study in 2017. Open door-to-door policy to build a strong interpersonal relation between the co-workers and the management was suggested from the study. Talking about the contribution, the research was in line with the Joshi and Kumar, which is Indian authors. They also conducted this study in the Coimbatore hotels. So my research is in line with that. Our analysis explained that there were certain technical assistance and escorted points which were low at many reasons in the Varanasi context. Therefore, it demands induction of more trained power along with the stress buster activities, improving the cross-cultural barriers. I also discussed the pandemic context. The researcher need new theories, method, and paradigm to carry out research. The studies in the post-pandemic era to analyze the impact of pandemic, new process, pattern, and problem. I am conducting those studies, and it is also in the process. There are certain limitations of this study. Talking about the conclusion of the study, I am concluding. The research on occupational stress in the hotel industry will hopefully shed more viewpoints. The scope of and significance of the study are imperative for human resource and senior management to consider these study factors of occupational stress and induct new coping suggestive matter. Finally, the action for the future research. Further testing and validation of the data may lead to sets that can be obtained for generalizability. The generalizability is a key issue whenever we took the small sample size in a small area. The theory suggested Wong King model with workload external responsibility. However, since I was aligning the work of Joshi and Kumar, therefore psychological factors, organization climate, and physiological factors are needed to be evaluated. I am looking for the further suggestions. Thank you so much.
The stage is open for questions.
Questions from the audience.
You have done your literature review very well. I have a question. Your study is based on a specific location, Varanasi.
Yes, ma'am.
And for last 3 to 5 years, we have witnessed lot of investment and improvement in infrastructure in that region also. So in your recommendations, have you proposed any specific strategy which is related to the area of Varanasi only?
Sure, ma'am. Ma'am, while working in, where I was in my research part, I really found two, 3 points. And therefore, we have come out with 2, 3 major sessions. The first was adopting the principle of 3I. 3I is improvement, intention, and inspiration. So whenever we take about the employee discussions, and we were having discussion on the multi-stage, so we have to adopt a policy that includes how team building exercises are being done, and how to encourage mentorship, because whenever the employees were being inducted, they only planted to leave the job and just go to the senior cities or to the tier 1 cities for their further placement. So stress in the Varanasi, yes it is, especially these 5 identified factors, they were visibly seen. So there were few coping mechanisms. First was like proper scheduling of time. Second is certain team buster exercises, like implementation of art projects, team lunches, and also there are many kind of suggestions which were written and imposed in there. Why I am saying the adoption of 3I was important. First is improvement. First of all, following the SOPs and how they are being performed out, what are the blockages over there, what are the time block, because most of the time the major thing which was a major constraint was time blocking. So time blocking, it needs the improvement. Talking about second thing, intention. Like whenever we were in the field, when I was in the direct field of the research, I really found like what was whenever they are working, like what inspiration and what were the intention, they have to be identified and they have to be really modeled out and then explained on to the further borders. So there were 2, 3 suggestions which we have also given to the managers there, and this study is being again modeled out.
Hello. May I ask you a question?
In Varanasi, how did you select your hotels for sample collection?
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, the hotels were selected. Sir, basically, sure, sir. Sir, I was first of all, the hotels were selected on the basis of area sampling. The major chunk of the hotels are located in the one area. So when I went out, I selected for the upscale hotels first of all. When I went for the upscale hotels, I found which hotels were. I have found which hotels need to be selected. So in the upscale hotels, I have got 17 hotels. After then, when I visited the hotels and have certain conversations with the management style, then I found like which hotels have to be considered. So I have taken area sampling. I have taken area sampling to collect the hotels. And second, there were 2 heritage hotels also located. One is Brijrama and another is Pallavi Hotel, which is also a heritage hotel. These were located in around the ghats. So my major choice of selecting the hotels were the area sampling. So from the area sampling, the hotel were identified, sir.
There was no stratification done on different kinds of star category of hotels that are available, those who are there in Varanasi. Do you feel that by doing this particular area sampling, your data is homogeneous?
Very valid point, sir. The area is homogeneous, but again, the major strata of the hotels are usually located on the basis of that area only, sir. Like major hotels, like whichever the upscale hotels are, these are located in the one area only. And the other hotels, basically, the Varanasi is famous for guest house, lodge. So the other chunk has the guest houses, the lodges, but major chunk of upscale hotels, these were only belonging to the one area or 2 area. The major hotels of the Varanasi were shifted to that areas only.
My asking this question was to give you a pointer so that you can look into this matter.
Sure, sir. I am looking on this matter, sir, because the homogeneity of sample size was, again, this is a matter of concern. But yes, I just work on the area sampling and identified like how to go with the area. So my major chunk of the hotels were there only, sir. That's why. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I think the first presentation, I think so, or might be 2 or 3. So first thing you have to think, every city, the different type of clientele is there.
Yes, sir.
And in every city, the different area is having the different types of hotels. The stress level of the different types of hotels in every area is different.
Yes, sir.
Then you have to also search about the type of the stress also.
Yes, sir.
What types of the stress? Somebody is having different kind of stress. That is not only that stress, having the many shades of the stress are there.
Yes, it is.
This then it will come to be a good research paper. Thank you.
Sir, actually, this study was conducted for antecedents of occupational stress. So, and it was particularly concerned in the one city. Therefore, the antecedents of occupational stress was taken into this context.
और आपको उसका माइक्रो स्टडी करनी पड़ेगी.
Yes, sir.
तभी एक अच्छा पेपर.
Yes, sir. So these are my series of works, sir. Actually, this is my only one part of work. Other are also going on with the same points only.
One research paper that is equivalent to a PhD.
Sorry.
I will tell you one thing. Make only one good research paper. A good research paper is equivalent to a PhD.
Sure.
More than a PhD.
Thank you, sir. For session.
Sujay, good afternoon.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon.
The topic you select that once, the occupational stress. In a hotel, there are different departments.
Yes, sir.
Yes? So you take the sample size of different departments.
Yes, sir. It was taken.
Okay. So occupational stress, if you compare to the front desk and in a kitchen, there are totally different.
It is different, sir.
So is it possible to get the result if you take the sample size of the different departments?
Definitely, sir. Sir, for this study, we have to do analytical research. My study was basically exploratory, descriptive research, and multi-group analysis need to be done for this kind of work, because this can be done, and this has been analyzed also, sir. But
So you talk about the occupational stress, how employee performance.
yes, sir. How antecedent of employee performance, they affect how antecedent of occupational stress impacts on employee performance.
That's
in,
why I'm
in the
asking.
generic hotel context. Yes,
That's
sir.
why I'm asking that one. The occupational stress in a different departments is the differ. And your sample size only for the kitchens or all the departments?
So it has constituted all the departments, sir. It has constituted all the departments. It has also constituted the HR and even security also.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now we'll be having the rest of the presenters to present their research papers through virtual mode.
Next we have with us Ms. Chandrakola Biswal, Assistant Lecturer, to present her paper on an exploratory study on the level of job satisfaction among employees of five-star hotels in Mumbai during the post-COVID-19 pandemic business boom.
Chandrakala ma'am, are you there?
Ms. Chandrakala Biswas is unable to join with us. So, next we have Ms. Pushpa Gaur, Assistant Professor, MGM Institute of Hotel Management, MGM University, Aurangabad, to present her paper on Mumbai luxury hotels and foreign language capabilities of their front office staff from a manager point of view.
Pushpa ma'am, you are the presenter now. You may please share your screen. Ma'am, your video is visible. You may please share your PPT. Ma'am, your PPT is visible.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to introduce myself. I am Pushpa Gore, Assistant Professor at MGM Institute of Hotel Management, MGM University, Aurangabad. And today I would be presenting the paper on Mumbai luxury hotels and the foreign language capabilities of their front office staff from a manager's viewpoint. The front desk is the hotel's brain, serving as the point of contact for guests and visitors, the primary point of promotion and the hub for all internal communication. Front desk staff members play a crucial role in enhancing a hotel's brand and reputation. Therefore, the competency and caliber of the staff is cornerstone of the hotel's ability to succeed in a highly competitive market. When we say a foreign language proficiency, it leads to give the front office employee a chance to interact with the guest who is culturally different from the staff, and being able to resolve their issues successfully create a professionally conducive and satisfactory job environment for the employee. When I say a foreign language, I personally believe that there are two major needs to study the front office, to study the foreign language for the front office staff. The first is the need to communicate with the non-English speaking employees, and the second is to need to assist the foreign travelers. Taking under consideration the vast importance of tourism and hospitality industry for economic prosperity of India, especially after the pandemic, hotel staff have to strive to assure customer satisfaction. And as the best way to assure the guest satisfaction and the revenue generation for the hotel, the staff should give their 100%. And according to research by Woods, many hotels and owners and managers fail to adequately invest in or prioritize the training for their staff. And as I mentioned, there is a lot of importance of learning a foreign language in the hotel industry. The first and the foremost is cross-cultural communication. Whenever we have a person who's staying in the hotel from the other country, there is always a language difference. And if the person comes with any of the complaint and he is not able to communicate the concern, or he is not able to, give the suggestion for the betterment of the hotel, there would be a challenge. Second, we have to make sure that we are satisfying the customer or the guest which we are serving. Learning how to greet, address a visitor from another country in his or her native tongue is an invaluable skill, and which will definitely result into the satisfaction of the customer. Third, very important factor is reliability of the service. Resolving, as I mentioned earlier, also resolving issues, especially the complaints by the international visitors, facilitate by the guest, and if we are able to communicate their language, if we are able to communicate or understand their concern, it will be a added benefit to the hotel. And fourth most important factor is impact on our income. If you know the language, you can always do the suggestive selling, you can always use the upselling technique, and to you can always inform the international travelers about your services, about your point of sale, which will automatically reflect into the revenue generation. And gaining experience and skills for your future career. Having the ability to communicate in more than one language obviously gives the staff worker to leg up on the competition, and it also increases the opportunities for advancement in their career. And lastly, brand reputation. Being able to communicate with your target audience in their native language is a huge plus point for building the trust and the loyalty for the organization. Now, these are the objectives of my research paper: to learn more about the transferable skills necessary for working in the front desk of a high-end hotel, for managerial emphasis on the value of foreign language skill for the front desk personnel, to learn about the difficulties that front desk workers face in their efforts to become bilingual, to investigate the initiatives taken by the high-end hotels administration to cultivate such skills. To investigates the objectives, I have done the data analysis, and I have conducted the research methodology, and I have taken judgment and convenience sampling for that, and a questionnaire survey was used for this investigation, and the sample was collected from 10 high-end hotels in the Mumbai area. The sample included 105 people who worked in the hotel's front desk, and all levels of management were represented, from entry level, senior, and the mid-level employees. And most of the employees were having the bachelor's degree in the respective field. And choosing a diverse set of respondents helped me to get a better picture of managerial abilities in general. Now, there were 5 points: consideration for the customer, satisfaction of the customer, suggestion-based selling, contribution to revenue, the benefits of continuing one's professional development and enjoying one's work, and brand reputation. And this was the analysis which I have got from the questionnaire, and the maximum number, the maximum rating or the maximum points got by the service attentiveness. As I mentioned, if you're going out of your way, if you're understanding the customer requirement, you would be able to respond to that complaint more easily and more effectively. Now, after doing this research, there are some recommendations from my end. To ensure that front desk employees are fluent in the foreign language, management must demonstrate a strong commitment to the cause by allocating sufficient resources and allocating a reasonable share of profit to language training. I know it is quite difficult working in the industry and sparing the time for the training, but this shall be included in the employee welfare, or this shall be included as a motivational factor for the employees. And I think this will automatically result into I think the staff turnover. This is one of the major problem we are facing nowadays. So this kind of motivation can result. So people will stay back and they can, feel motivated and they can continue with the same job. And it is also
Ma'am,
recommended
1
that
minute
basic
left.
training for the front desk employee included.
The stage is open for questions.
Any questions from the audience? I think we will have 2 questions from the audience.
I think there are 2 issues to be considered. One, how many languages can a person learn? How many languages we are facing in terms of, is it German, French, Swiss, Japanese, and so on. But the second point I really want to raise, in today's world of artificial intelligence and so many translation softwares, some of which is amazing. I spoke in Hindi and it translated into English and even corrected the grammar. Is it redundant completely? I mean, is it even necessary today? You have a better quality translation system at the front desk and give it to the guest and they can talk parlez-vous in Francais and it will translate into Hindi for that matter. And maybe more cost efficient and better for all concerned. So I think that's something to think about, and I would ask the researcher to respond to this issue in the face of improving technology.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Next we have Ms. Shreya Chauhan, guest faculty, IHM Shimla, to present her paper on EHRM, Electronic Human Resource Management, its effectiveness in hotels.
Shreya ma'am, if you can please switch on your video and share your PPT.
Good evening to one and all present here. As I'm sharing my screen, just inform me when my screen is visible to all.
Sure.
Is my screen visible?
No ma'am, it's not visible. Now it is, yeah.
Okay. So, as I begin with my topic, I would like to firstly introduce myself. My name is Shreya Chauhan and I am an a guest faculty at IHM Kufri Shimla. And today I am going to present my topic, that is EHRM, Electronic Human Resource Management, and its effectiveness in hotels. So firstly, moving further, my slide is stuck.
Ma'am, you can switch off the presentation mode and you can start with the regular mode. Then we'll be able to see. Yes, ma'am, it's fine. You can use the same mode.
Okay. So firstly, I would like to introduce you all to my topic, that is EHRM, which stands for Electronic Human Resource Management. As we all know that human resource is an important department in any organization, not only in only hotels. So to handle all the work very efficiently, electronic medium is being used very globally, and plus now hotel industry is also adopting this electronic human resource management. So basically to manage all the payrolls and even the employee data, the training, the recruitment of the staff, all the decision making is done through your electronic human resource management. So as the definition over here states that HRM has been defined as a way of implementing human resource strategies, all the policies and the practices in an organization through a conscious and directed support. So any kind of planning, whether it is an implementation of policies, application of any system, are both through your networking and supporting the actors in their shared performing of HR activities. So then we have the review of literature of my study. Firstly, there are certain researchers who are providing us an overview of EHRM. First, we have the Strotemeyer, who in 2007 stated that EHRM application reduces the administrative burden and plus also improves the accuracy and the result and the quality of your human resource activities. Then the second researcher that we have taken here is Dessler. In 2004, Dessler said that HRIS, that is the Human Resource Information System, is only used by the HR staff. But whereas EHRM is a target group, is not only for the HR staff, but it can be used in other departments as well. So it is not only limited to human resource, but into other departments as well. So Aldavani in 2003 said that so as the role of human resource continues to change, the technology is also evolving. So as the technology is also evolving, human resource department is supporting the workforce and the management of the growth of business with the help of your technologies. Then the objective that we have taken in the study was to analyze the effective coordination of EHRM within the organization. So methodology here is the research design that I have taken here is the study is the descriptive research, and then the locale that I have taken here is the hotel in Pan India that is limited mostly to the 5-star hotels. Then the sample design over here I have taken is your convenience sampling. And mostly the questionnaire was mailed through the Google Forms, and the sample size was here, that was 25 human resource employees with all different experiences and age groups. So tools that I have used here is a structured and a close-ended questionnaire. Then the data collection, the search made was, the primary data was collected through the structured questionnaire, whereas the secondary data that I have collected was from different kind of researchers. So the data analysis, the technique of frequency distribution is the method that is employed for the analysis of data in this research. So statistical analysis that I have displayed here is through your pie charts. So it will make a better visual appearance for all of us for the results. So coming on to the results, first here is the age group. The age group was from 20 to 40. So the data that I have gathered here is among different 25 individuals. They were both male as well as female. The ratio here was that around 13 were the male and rest 12 were females. And all these individuals were from human resource departments and with different designations as well, different experience. The first result that I collected here was time and effort reduction. So time and effort reduction, as we can see here, is that most of the people strongly agree, around 28% of people strongly agree that time and effort reduction were reduced with the help of EHRM, whereas 60% also agree that time and effort was reduced with the help of using of EHRM. Only around 4% were the people who were disagreeing that time and effort was not reduced with the help of your EHRM. So we here can analyze that most of the people or the staff, the employees were agreeing that the time and effort reduction was there with the help of your EHRM. Coming on to the training around 44% and 36% agree and strongly agree that proper training was provided to the staff. Okay, that proper training was provided to the staff because not easily grab all the knowledge about the using your self into the technology. So proper training was given to all the staff members through different activities, whereas only 4% were disagreeing and 16% were neutral to this, that proper training was provided or not provided. Okay. Coming on to the compatibility, by the responses received, it can be seen that around 32% were strongly agreeing with EHRM technologies being compatible with other systems in use, whereas 28% people agree with it, whereas 32 were neutral to it, and around 8% were disagreeing with it. So it can be assessed that that today EHRM tools can be easily used with EHRM tools. So technology development has made these tools smarter, and plus the work has been improved and it has made the work easy for the department as well. Then the fourth result that I found here was return on investment. So as per the results, 56% people were completely agreeing with the statement that will the benefits from EHRM justify the expenditure that was incurred on the same, whereas 36% found it neutral and 8% did not agree with that. So we can find majority of respondents who believe that it is beneficial to spend on EHRM tools. Okay, then next we have is decision making. In decision making, from the results, we can say that around 28% of people strongly were agreeing that the EHRM application supports in decision making of EHRM, whereas 36% were agreeing with it and 20 were neutral. Only 16% were disagreeing. So, so it can be easily said that EHRM assists in decision making actions as well. So,
Excuse me, ma'am, the time
so
is
the last
up.
result.
The time is
Are you
up.
saying?
Yes. The time limit is up.
Okay, I'm so sorry.
No problem. The
Only the recommendations were
Questions
left.
from the audience?
Sorry?
Two questions from the audience.
is anyone has any questions? No. Okay. Thank you, Shreya, ma'am. Now moving forward.
Thank you
Next
so
we
much.
have Mr. Sahitya Paul, MSc student, to present his paper on employee engagement in organization.
Hello, am I audible? Hello.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, thank you so much. Just let me know if you can see my PPT. Just a second.
Yes, it is visible.
All right. So good evening. I'm Saitya Paul. I'm from Kolkata, and I'm a former MSc student from IHM Pusa. My topic today is employee engagement in organization, a study done on the operational employees of the 5-star hotels in Kolkata. So let's move forward. So employee engagement is based on trust, integrity, two-way commitment and communication between the organization and its members. It is defined as the degree of responsibility and inclusion an employee has towards the organization. If we define organization culture, the underlying beliefs, assumptions, values, and ways of interacting that contribute to this unique social and psychological environment that is defined as the organization culture. Moving on, these three are the dimensions of organization culture, which is job involvement, empowerment, and cognition. What I mean by cognition over here is these are basically the elements of like institution and organizations, like the shared conceptions which an employee shared with the organization. That is basically the cognition which I mean over here. The main objective of my study is to like establish a correlation between employee engagement and these dimensions of organization culture. Moving on, the objectives are to assess the knowledge of the employees with reference to the employee engagement concept, to determine the employee engagement level of the employees, to determine the levels of the dimensions of organization culture, and finally to determine the correlation between these two. So what is the significance? If we talk about significance globally, number of researchers have been done on this topic, but to be honest, not much has been done in India. I mean, it is in its inception phase right now. Then majority of the people in managing operations have trouble implementing employee engagement in their operations because, see, they have budgetary restrictions, and maybe not everyone is as aware of the concept. Then lastly, see, the scope of this study is pretty vast because these variables are ever changing. I mean, I did this research, and if someone else do the same research, he will get a different result because the employee variables and you know, the employee trends are changing every now and then. Moving on, review of literature. If you talk about these are basically three of the magnificent work which I have come across. First is by Mani from she did this work in 2011. Her topic was analysis of employee engagement and its predictor. So the study basically revealed that there was an okay level of employee engagement among the employees, and the predictors which she found were welfare, empowerment, growth, interpersonal relationships. These are some of the critical predictors. Next, we have employee engagement, generational differences in workforce by Lapointe and Spence. So they basically conducted a study based on like employee engagement with ages. So they took three sections of the employees, which they named as boomers, Generation X, and millennials. And they basically arrived at the conclusion that all these have higher level of employee engagement. However, majority of the employees were from the boomer side, so there were certain, you know, level of, what to say, uneven distribution was there, a somewhat uneven distribution. And lastly, evaluation of employee engagement practices in select organization, which was done by Goose in 2016. So basically, he conducted his study in two separate institutions, which are Cummins India Limited and Greaves Private Limited. And there were three sets of employees: non-executive, junior executive, and senior executive. And yeah, more or less, they discovered that people with more than a decade of experience have higher level of engagement. Moving on, these are my methodology. The research design which I adopted was descriptive cross-sectional design. My locale was Kolkata, India. Sample size was 100, out of which 50 were males and 50 were females. Sampling design was non-probability sampling because that was the time, you know, COVID was at its peak. Then the tool was a structured questionnaire which has 4 sections. Apart from that, tool administration was like, first of all, I did pilot testing, followed by a distribution via email and link sharing. And my data analysis was done on the basis of gender. Lastly, for statistical analysis, I did Pearson's correlation test, hypothesis testing, and z-test. Moving on, these are the results. So first of all, this is the first section of my result. This basically contains 6 questions where we test the knowledge of the employees. So as you can see, majority of the people were well aware of the concepts of employee engagement. Moving on, these were the employee engagement levels. Here I use a 5-point Likert scale, and there were 10 questions. So people who had scored between 38 to 50 were put in the higher range, followed by medium and low range, as you can see over here. Moving on, we have job involvement and empowerment levels. Now, these are also done in a similar fashion. I mean, 5-point Likert scale was used over here as well, and findings were divided into 3 categories, and we demarcated that in the graph. Similarly, it is here in empowerment levels, as you can see. Moving on, we have cognition levels. Again, 5-point Likert scale was used over here as well. Then here we have a summary of the entire study, objective-wise. These are basically the mean values. As you can see, we have mean values of knowledge score, employee engagement score, job involvement, and everything. And then we have Z scores over here, followed by Z table values. Then we have, so here, as you can see, the Z table values are lying between
Sir, 1 minute left.
all right, thank you. Minus 1.6 to plus 1.6, which shows that there is a significant relation. Sorry, there is no significant difference between the sources achieved. Okay. Here, this is the Pearson's correlation coefficient. If I can just zoom it over here. So the correlation coefficient was greater than 0 and close to 1, which shows a positive correlation between the male and female employees. And the t values also showed that the correlation was significant. So this is it. Lastly, to conclude, the sample was well aware of the concept of employee engagement. The level of employee engagement, job involvement, empowerment, and cognition were all in the high range. And finally, there was a positive and significant correlation between these two variables. And we have recommendations over here. Organization citizenship behavior should be practiced and promoted. Employees should be given autonomy. Employees should be well compensated. Employees welfare initiatives should be in place, and employees' voice should be heard. And that is the end of my PPT. Thank you.
Any questions from the audience, please?
Any 2 questions from the audience? Thank you so much, sir. Lastly, we have with us Ms. Chandrakala Biswas, Assistant Lecturer, to present her paper on
Hello, can you please repeat the question? Sorry.
Hi, sir. There was no question. Sir, there was no question.
Okay, sorry.
All right, thank you.
The topic for her paper is
shall I stop sharing?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
She is presenting her paper on an exploratory study on the level of job satisfaction among employees of 5-star hotels in Mumbai during post-COVID-19 pandemic business boom.
Ma'am, your PPT has been shared. However, you are on mute. Ma'am, I'm audible to you?
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible. You can share your PPT now.
Just a minute. Let me know if the PPT is visible. So, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for this beautiful opportunity. Our broad area of research here
Ma'am,
is
sorry to
employee
disturb
well-being
you.
in hospitality industries.
Chandrakala ma'am, sorry to disturb you. I think there are two devices from your end that are switched on. If you can please switch off one.
Just a minute.
Just mute one device.
Am I still on two devices?
It's echoing actually.
Just a minute. Am I audible now?
Ma'am, can you please repeat?
Am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am, now it's fine. Thank you. You may continue.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So my topic today is an exploratory study on the level of job satisfaction among employees of five-star hotels in Mumbai. And we did this study during the post-COVID pandemic business boom. So the background behind doing this study was to have an answer basically for our students who are very worried, who did their training during this pandemic time. And they had a question in their mind like, what will be the level of stress and what will be the level of job satisfaction they will have when they are going to go and join a hotel. Okay, so a lot of them had job in both hotel and a lot of them started opting from jobs which are outside hotel. So through this study, we basically tried to find out, it's an exploratory study, we tried to find out what is the exact level of job satisfaction after the COVID pandemic. So in this research with me, Mr. Abhishek Chaudhary was also there as my co-author. So the post-pandemic hospitality is getting back on track. Obviously, it's understandable that employee condition is something that should be explored now, because there is a change because pandemic, the new normal, has reshaped the industry in many ways. So what we had tried to focus in this particular research is to exploring major employee concerns and their level of job satisfactions. So when we started doing our literature review, the fact that has came up to us that most of the studies before COVID tried to concentrate on fact like how job satisfaction is going to help the hotel. So there are studies from 2009 that says that the increase in level of employee satisfaction also increase the client approval, repeat business. There are studies that have said a motivational level of employee positively affect the satisfaction level of guests and the better performance of the employee. In 2020, there are some researchers that have showed significant, psychological capital of the employee as a significant factor when it comes to the broader picture of, employee well-being. A recent study in a neighboring country, Bhutan, says that at this point in 2020, the benefit appreciation work atmosphere, employee empowerment strongly directs the satisfaction level of employee. So the concept that stays in our mind that if the pay level is high and the stress level or maybe the is low, maybe people are going to be more satisfied. Maybe that's not completely true in today's date. But if we look at studies from 2021, mostly they have started talking about the issues that the industry is facing related to employee shortage, skilled employee shortage. So there is a report that has showed that in the USA, during COVID, a lot of people who have left the job or lost their job
from hospitality industry has joined other industries now. They are not interested in coming back to their previous job, which is a big issue. And at this point, the focus is not how higher employee satisfaction is going to help the hotel to build its image in a better light, but it is to ensure that they have high level of satisfaction so that they can get retained back. So post COVID-19 hospitality industry is very well going to face a labor shortage, at least in quite a few countries. So from that point of view, increased manpower cost is going to be a major issue for the hotel. And definitely hotel needs to focus more to ensure that their employees are satisfied. So in our research, we had very simple 3 objectives. First one, to obtain demographic data related to the age, gender, designation, department, and place of work of our sample. We also found out what is the level of their education. We then assess the employee's level of job satisfaction. After that, explore the issues through few open-ended questions, like how or what are the things that are concerning their well-being the most. The research methodology, it was a descriptive research, as I told before. The research data collection tool we used.
Audience only.
Is there any question?
Good evening, ma'am. Akansha this side. Am I audible to you, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh.
Is there any question?
Yes, ma'am. So, ma'am, your study was basically done for the students about their concerns about the industry post-COVID. But I could see the dissatisfaction and everything was quite high. So, like, we are still on the same thing. Like, maximum of the generation now is not willing to join the industry. So, I am sorry, but I couldn't relate to that. If you could help me with that.
Ma'am, may I answer? So,
please,
maybe there was one limitation that we had is the data we have collected came from people who are still employed in job. They have not lost their job in this period. So these are the human capital that is maybe a bigger sample size is going to show a little bit of difference in the level of satisfaction.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. No more questions.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. And now, I would like to invite our honorable jury members to please come and enlighten us with their wise words. I would request Mr. Kailash Bicha to please come and enlighten us with his words.
Good afternoon to all of you. Respected jury members, respected the scholars, respected the IHM principals, respected the delegates, and respected the guests as well as the dear students. Today I little bit nervous. The reason behind that was that 33 years ago, when the orientation class there in the same auditoriums, I was the 89-92 batch student of the PUSA. The orientation class, during the orientation class the French ambassadors as a chief guest, and he speaks in a French, but there is a interpreters, but we do not understand that one. So first of all, I salute to that place which shaped me to that positions, and it's my great privilege to be here in a such events where the most likely all the scholars are available. On behalf of the Natham family and personally me, I would like to thank you, the Kamalpan sir, as well as the IHM Pusa family, to give me the such opportunity to present here. I remember all the things before the 33 years. Coming to the points, today's that conference obviously help to the researchers as well as for the students of the IHM Pusa and faculty to develop the all side that ones, especially for the student to how to organize the events that helps that ones. Apart from that ones, all the delegates, it's also the good place for meeting all of them. Today I would like to request and suggest the people who presents that ones, please follow the basic norms of research paper regarding the sample size, populations, objectives. Again, thank you very much, the IHM family, the principal sirs, and all the delegates to provide me the such opportunity. Thank you very much, sir.
I would request Dr. Amitabh De to present the memento to Mr. Ram Kailash Bicha. Can we have a huge round of applause for them?
I would request Sri Arga Chakravarti to please come and share his words of wisdom.
Thank you. Thank you, the organizing team of the conference. At the outset, I want to thank all the members of the organizing team for all the services they have been providing right from the day one. And the planning, I know a lot of planning goes hand in hand. In fact, I want to thank the doorman also, right, and all the people who are directly or indirectly connected with this conference. Obviously, it is needless to mention that it is all happens because of the dynamic leadership of the principal, Sikh Pant. I don't want to waste time on reiterating the purpose of the research. The purpose of the research and the objective of this holding this conference has been already reiterated so many times. But what is the learning outcome? As far as my personal learning outcome, I learnt a lot from the keynote speakers today and throughout the proceedings. Obviously, there are a lot of takeaways, but I know all the delegates and the participants must have also have a lot of takeaways for all 3 days. But I was thinking about the students actually, those who are part of the organizing team. See, all the students on a periodic basis normally have exposure to food and beverage service, production, or the housekeeping, or the core aspects of the aspects of organizing anything. But do the students have exposure for conducting such kind of event? Obviously not on a day-to-day basis. So what? So this was a golden opportunity for them to conduct, and I have seen that it is all student driven. That is what I liked it. And in fact, teachers are here, the facilitators. The role model they have played in facilitating, like Dr. Anchu and so many people, I do not know everybody by name. I am thankful to them, the way they have been conducting. So it was my heartfelt, this is also a takeaway from me. But again, for the students who have been organizing this, I have noticed also one more thing. That morning there was a lot of technical glitches which faded over the time. Why is it so? That means lot of brainstorming has gone into it. Why it happened? So these are the takeaways. In the morning there were a lot of technical glitches which reduced over the period. Thanks to the team, particularly the IT team and all the students who are involved. But there is also a flip side of it. I can see with the passage of time, the lights at the back, in fact, the auditorium has been divided into one light zone and one dark zone, which was on there in the morning. I don't know the reason. In fact, two of my friends who are sitting there were in the lightest zone, the most light zone. They have moved to the twilight zone now. I know they have missed out. Fortunately so. so that's the passage of time. I said, okay, I will reiterate. I said two of my friends who were in the light zone have slowly moved to twilight zone over the passage of time. And that is also I noticed that over the period, in the morning it was all lighted back. So I could notice the questions were posed most from the light zone, not from the dark zone. So at least make sure that this is also one of the strategy one should poke up. These are all learning and takeaways for us, right? Thank you. Thank you thank you for all the what you call love and affection and the hospitality. Thank you, Panji.
Thank you so much, sir. I would request Professor Devesh Nigam to present the memento to Sri Arga Chakravarti. Can we have a huge round of applause for them?
I would request Dr. Anand Kumar Singh to come up and share his thoughts with us.
Namaste. A very good evening to all of you. Friends on the dais, friends of the dais, colleagues of the dais, and researchers, participants, delegates, and dear students. I mean, this has been a wonderful show today. I mean, this credit goes to Team IHM Pusa. I think we all can give them a big round of applause and standing ovation to all of them. This has been a wonderful effort, and the whole team needs a great congratulations. And this effort has to continue. My message to the researcher is that we have to do our homework. We just have to do the homework, and I think that you will make your own way. We have seen about 7 researchers in this specific panel. I mean, 3 researchers have done their wonderful job, the first 3 physical researchers. There will always be a scope for the improvement, but I think that that is possible. But what we need to understand that if we have to continue our journey, if we have to go for the progress, research is the key. We are older than IITs. Today, why we are lacking? We are not competing with IITs because we have never focused on the research. So this is the way the IHM PUSA and many other colleagues are paving for the future development. I think these young students are our future generation. They will hold these flags, and I think the Indian hospitality and tourism industry will make a mark and difference internationally. My couple of international friends are also here, and they will also acknowledge what my aspiration is from these young students. Not taking much of your time, I once again, my gratitude to Mr. Pant and his team for having us here and giving this opportunity to just interact with you for a while. Thank you. God bless you all. Thank you very much.
Anandji, organizing team also deserve credit because they know that if we would have continued the way the time management was done, it would have led to, again, arrangement for dinner for everybody. Saying, had it been so, though it managed it such a way that it does not proceed till the dinner time. So that was also credit for the organizing team.
Thank you so much, sir.
That's their wonderful time management. You should appreciate that.
Thank you so much, sir. I would request Dr. Shrikant Beldona to present the momentum to Dr. Anand Kumar Singh. Can we have a huge round of applause for them?
Now, we will be felicitating our presenters. I request Mr. Ram Kailash Bicha to present certificate to Mr. Anupam Dhondiyal. Shri Arga Chakravarti to Mr. Kapilesh Mangal. Dr. Anand Kumar Singh to Mr. Sujay. Can we have a huge round of applause for them? Certificates will be posted to online presenters. Participants can collect their certificates from registration desk. Growth is a mindset to learn from our mistakes, improve by working hard, determined to get better and never give up, self-reflection to make us succeed, efforts to overcome challenges, and lastly, to train our brains. With that quite encouraging expression, we have come to the end of our first day of the Second International Conference 2022 on Hospitality and Tourism Revival Strategies.
I would like to thank all the respected dignitaries, distinguished guests, jury members, principal sir, faculty member, and the audience for joining and helping us in making this day a huge success.
Tomorrow, we have a lot of exciting things lined up. We are coming up with panel discussions, several guest lectures, and 3 technical sessions. Looking forward for your gracious presence in the revival of our very own hospitality and tourism industry. I request all the dignitaries to join us in the conference room for tea. Thank you. Have a nice day.